A quorum being present, this annual town meeting is called to order. I ask all those willing and able to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we begin, I just have a brief explanation as to how things are likely to go tonight. I just convened the annual town meeting, the session that we began on Monday. In just a few seconds, though, we will have a motion to adjourn this meeting in order to take up the business under the special meeting. That special meeting has two items on its warrant. One deals with the Killam School and the other with Recal. As soon as the annual meeting is adjourned, I will open that special meeting. We'll continue with the business under that special until complete. When that ends, if there is time tonight, we'll return to the annual meeting where we left off on Monday. If not, and here's I need to tell you this, if there isn't time, if we just run out of time tonight, we still have to reconvene the annual for nothing else, just to adjourn it until Monday. So after we end the special meeting, if it's late, could you just stick around for about a minute? All right, with that, Ms. Murphy.
I move to adjourn the annual town meeting until the close of the May 1st, 2025 special town meeting here tonight. Provided, however, that if the special town meeting does not conclude tonight, that the annual town meeting shall be adjourned until May 5th, 2025 at 7:30 at the Reading Memorial High School Performing Arts Center.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, the motion carries and the annual town meeting is adjourned. I now open the special town meeting. And you going to read the clerk will read the warrant.
To any of the constables of the town of Reading, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Reading, qualified to vote in the local elections and town affairs, to meet at the Reading Memorial High School Performing Arts Center, 62 Oakland Road in said Reading, on Thursday, the first day of May 2025 at 7:30 o'clock in the evening, at which time and place the following articles are to be acted upon and determined exclusively by town meeting members in accordance with the provisions of the Reading Home Rule Charter.
Ms. Murphy moves that we dispense with the further reading of the warrant except for the return. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, the motion carries.
By the virtue of this warrant, I, Laura A. Jem, on May 1st, 2025, that's not the correct date, whatever date I posted it, notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Reading qualified to vote on town affairs to meet at the place and the time specified by posting attested copies of the town meeting warrant in the following public places within the town of Reading. Precinct 1, Warren Killam School. Precinct 2, Reading Police Station. Precinct 3, Reading Memorial Light Department. Precinct 4, Joshua Eaton School. Precinct 5, Reading Public Library. Precinct 6, Barrows School. Precinct 7, Birch Meadow School. And Precinct 8, Wood End and Town Hall. The date of the posting being not less than 14 days prior to May 1st, the date set by the town meeting for this warrant.
Thank you. Now, business under Article 1. Mr. Tompkins. Point of order.
Somebody in charge of it. Thank you.
Mr. Arena.
Yes, since it's contemplated that there'll be votes on the subject matter tonight, I was wondering, as a precursor, if yourself or the town clerk could advise this body what the import is of an affirmative or a negative vote tonight as it relates to a vote that would come before the voters in the town meeting, just for information's sake and for those at home.
Okay, I think I will ask one of the select board members to do that because, the town clerk will do it, excuse me.
So the voters vote on the approval of the project. They're approving the project by voting on questions 1 or question 2. You, as town meeting members, are approving the debt.
In the event then the debt is passed, but the projects do not go forward, what is the implication of an approved debt? How do you deauthorize the debt?
That will have to get either Sharon or Matt to answer.
Mr. Cornelis? Ms. Freed?
Ivrea Freed, Town Council. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. So tonight, the votes in front of you are to vote to approve the project and appropriate the funds, which does include borrowing. At the ballot, the voters are being asked to exclude the debt from the levy limit under Proposition 2.5. So it's a slight difference than what was said prior. The project is being approved tonight by this body, contingent on a majority vote at the ballot.
What is the consequence if the vote is affirmative tonight but negative in the voters as it relates to the debt that's been approved?
Right, so right now, both of the motions that are before you are contingent on a majority vote at the ballot, so
Very
they
good,
won't
thank
move
you.
forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tompkins? Point of order, Ms. Binder?
Thank you, Angela Bin, Precinct 5. And also, what are the consequences if the town does not approve, or if town meeting does not approve funds, but it goes to the town and the town does approve the project? Then what happens?
Do we have a response? Town council? No.
So for the Recal vote, it could potentially come back to town meeting. For the Killam vote, that's a question that I think I'll let Tom and his team answer because it involves MSBA funding.
Good evening. My name is Mike Carroll. I'm with Collier's Project Manager for the Killam Elementary School project. So if we were to have a failed vote tonight and then a positive vote next week, first thing we would do is have to notify the MSBA. We then have 120 days to follow back and potentially have an additional special town meeting, and we would potentially ask you to reconsider. If that vote was then positive, we could continue forward. If that vote was a failure and we didn't feel that there was an opportunity to adjust that to a positive vote, that the project would be terminated.
Yes, Mr. Barnes?
Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. So just to understand, Ivrea, I know you said that with respect to the Recal, that it would go back to town meeting. If it failed here tonight but passed at the town vote, does that mean that it would come to town meeting as a special town meeting, or would it come at fall town meeting?
Correct, yeah, it would be a special town meeting. The select board would have to call that. It doesn't automatically come back, and I assume the same is true for the MSBA project. It would have to be called as a special town meeting.
And in the event that, however unlikely, that at that special town meeting, if town meeting again denied support for it, what would happen then with respect to the voted upon debt?
With respect to the MSBA project, it sounds like the MSBA funding would be pulled and the project wouldn't go forward. With respect to Recal, as long as the vote is contingent, with respect to Recal, if we don't have a vote of this body approving the project cannot move forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Arena?
Point of information, Mr. Moderator, John Arena, Precinct 1. For Town Council, isn't it also true if it were to fail that it could be brought forward, or a version of it could be brought forward at any subsequent meeting, subject to all the normal processes that we went through already. Is that correct? Thank you.
The answer was correct. Yeah, okay. Okay, are we ready? Mr. Tompkins?
Thank you. My name is Pat Tompkins, and I'm the chair of the Permanent Building Committee. I'm going to talk to you a little bit tonight, and hopefully what I have to say is a lot more straightforward than the voting and some of the machinations we just went through. But I'm going to talk to you tonight a little bit about who we are as a Permanent Building Committee, what our role is in these two important projects, why we believe that it's time for our community to be reinvesting in our infrastructure, and most importantly, why we as a committee fully support both projects tonight. So we're an appointed committee that was formed back in 2015, mainly to administer large-scale construction projects like the two we're contemplating tonight, and to hopefully avoid any challenges with such projects that the town may have come across in past projects. In addition, we've worked with the facilities department over the years to do assessments of all the public facilities, all the public buildings, the school buildings, and all the municipal buildings in town. And I actually presented to town meeting back in 2019, I think, in 2021, to report on the assessment and the work we did with the facilities department. I could sum that report up for you generally as saying, we said, we looked at all the buildings. Buildings are generally in good shape, but in about 5 years, we're going to have to start doing something. So I guess here we are. Moving on. So the Permanent Building Committee, I'm not going to go through who each person is, but as you can see, it's a very diverse group of construction and design professionals. We've got a structural engineer, a couple mechanical engineers, an architect, even a construction attorney. As a group, I always say that whenever we come across a problem or a decision we need to make that we need to discuss, we very rarely start off on the same page. We come at it from different perspectives, and quite frankly, we pretty much never agree on something to start. But we're always able to work through issues, talk through, respect each other's opinions, eventually lean on the person in the room that has the most expertise in what we're talking about, and we never fail to come to consensus on what we think is the best thing to do, the right decision for the town. So how do we, again, so next slide, when we have major projects like this in accordance with the bylaws, there are temporary members added, and we create specific project building committees. So typically you add members like from school committee, Fincom, select board, and council on aging. So we get input from the user groups. And what we create is two very well-rounded, very diverse committees that are charged with helping administer and oversee these projects. In addition to these committees, there are several members of town staff, and I'll take a minute to tell you that everyone, I won't name them all because I'll leave some people out, but the town staff that's been working on these projects have been absolutely fantastic. They've done a great job. It's like throwing a second job on them, and we're really lucky to have the staff we do. In addition to that, we have consultants. We have an architect and an owner's project manager on each project. Turner, Townsend, and Harry is our OPM on the Recal project. BH plus A is the architect on the Recal project. Colliers is the OPM on the Killam project. And LBA is the architect on the Killam project. All of these consultants, we've been working with them, the Killam group for over a year, and about a year on the Recal group. They've all been great partners for the town. They're all ready to help us make sure that these projects are completed successfully. So big question tonight, a lot of you are probably asking, why two projects and why now? And as a building committee, again, when we viewed all the projects and we've assessed all the buildings in town, we always break the buildings into two groups. There's the school project, the school buildings, and the municipal buildings, your town hall, police station, fire station. You can scroll to the next page. Now, when these buildings are built, they're intended to last 50 years. We should be building, 50-year building before it needs to be replaced or substantially renovated. We have 8 school buildings and 7 municipal buildings. So if you do some very basic math, that puts us replacing or renovating or replacing a school building every 6 years and a municipal building every 7 years. Next slide. And as you can see, our last major school project was the renovation of this building back in 2006, 19 years ago. The most recent municipal project was the library, completed 10 years ago. So, like I mentioned earlier, we're due for facilities and infrastructure upgrades in the town. Another way to look at it is the age of the buildings. And when we look at the age of buildings, we look at it as the age since the last major renovation. So for example, Barrows was built in 1963, but it underwent a significant renovation in 2005. So we consider that a 20-year-old facility. Using that metric, our school buildings are on average 29 years old. Our municipal buildings are on average 35 years old. So when you think about the projects in front of you, and you think about from our perspective as a committee, a do nothing is really not an alternative. But if you do nothing and you kick the can down the road, it'll go out at least 5 years, because these projects won't be done for at least a couple of years. And if you fast forward 5 years, you've then got a host of school buildings that are on average 34 years old, and a host of municipal buildings on average 40 years old, again, with a 50-year lifespan. And if we do that, we're going to start stacking up 5, 10, 15 years out. Future generations are going to have a lot of projects stacking up. There was a lot of investment in the school facilities in particular back in like 2000 to 2005. And that's put us in a pretty good position. And I think it's time that the community reinvest. So in closing, I just want to again reiterate that the Permanent Building Committee fully supports both of the projects you're going to hear about tonight. Our goals and our commitments for these projects is to build sustainable buildings of the highest quality, and to build them on schedule and under budget. And I want to emphasize the budget, because I know it's a lot of money that we're putting into these projects, and reiterate our commitment. I believe our consultants, we've done detailed estimates on these projects. We believe the budgets that we're presenting are appropriate. They've got appropriate contingencies included. And the contingencies are there to manage future market fluctuations. If we have positive, favorable market conditions down the road and we're able to save money on these projects, we're not going to spend the money because we have it. We're going to return the money to the town. And most importantly, if we have unfavorable conditions and we start to bump up against budget issues, as a group, we're committed to, along the way, watching the costs, estimating multiple estimates throughout the design process, and we will rescope, value engineer, and rescope these projects to keep them within the budget. We're committed to not coming back to the town for more funding for these projects. So with that, I'm going to close and turn it over, I think, to the Killam Committee or to Article 2.
We'll lay the substance of Article 1 on the table. Ms. Murphy moves that we lay the Article 1 on the table. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, motion carries. Article 1 is laid on the table. Article 2. Before we begin, I'd like to point out we have the project manager, Mr. Carroll, and the architect, Ms. Katamayaki. If there's no objection, they will be available to answer questions. Okay, well, we're ready to begin. Who is going to make the presentation? Oh, Dr. Milczewski.
Good evening, town meeting members. It's nice to see you tonight. We're excited to present the Killam School building project. I'll be joined by a group of our team who will be coming up, and again, our OPM and architect will also be available for questions. So to start our presentation, we'll hit on 5 areas. 1, what's the need for a new school? 2, the benefit for not only the students at Killam, but also how it'll impact our larger Reading Public School community. A little bit more information on what the MSBA process is, how much the project will cost, and then also a question that was asked earlier, what will happen if the vote does not pass? So we can dive right in. Why the need for a new school? We bucket the need for a new school into 2 categories. 1, physical plant need, and also 2, programmatic need. I'm going to go into detail on both of those in a couple of minutes, but just want to give 2 points before we dive in. One, as Pat shared, there have been no renovations to the building that was constructed in 1969. I would also like to, at this point, thank our facilities team, who we think have done an incredible job maintaining the useful life of that building and really stringing things along as long as we could go as well. Also, as part of the MSBA process, we are required to explore a renovation option as well, in addition to a complete new build. In order to reach mere code compliance, the estimated cost would be at least $61 million for the project too. So that is an option that we did explore that we can speak a little bit more about as well. So we'll dive a little bit deeper right now into those buckets of physical plant and programmatic, and I'll invite Joe Huggins to come up to speak about our physical plant.
Mr. Huggins.
Thank you. Joe Huggins, Director of Facilities. So like Tom said, the Killam School was built in 1969, and since that we have done some small projects on the building, but the building is at the end of its useful life. Things like doors, windows, ADA accessibility is an issue at the Killam School. There's issues with programmatically with different spaces having to egress from one space to another to get to a classroom. We have water infiltration issues at the school, and at this point, the school has just reached the end of its useful life, so it is time.
On the next slide, you'll see a couple of pictures of that as well, kind of outlining a few things that Joe shared. Next slide, you'll see now, speaking a little bit about the programmatic side, the facilities team, again, has done a great job trying to remodel and remake some spaces to be able to meet some of our student needs. You will see that we are currently using former closet space, hallway space, and stage space for some of our small group and intervention spaces as well. The growing need of our MLL, which is our multilingual learners, our students with disabilities, and just students in general, requiring additional spaces that our building just does not have as constructed. A couple other things that make Killam unique that are challenges programmatically. One, some classrooms are only accessible through passing through another classroom. You can imagine how exciting it is for kindergartners to have a group walking through their classroom every time to get to their own classroom. The Library Media Center is also located in the center of the building, which is great, but also then now serves as a corridor for the majority of passing time in and out of the building. And then we have limited data connections in our classrooms, which right now, in the way that education is changing and growing, constricts our use of instructional technology as well. So we think some pretty significant physical plant needs and also programmatic needs as well. Next slide, please. So the benefit for the Reading Public Schools, I think the first constituency which we'll speak about is obviously the benefit on the Killam school community. I think everyone here can envision the impact of trading off what we just described with a modern, safe, inclusive, state-of-the-art building, both on the day-to-day experience of our students and also on academic outcomes. A couple other things I'd like to point out just on that building for the community usage. The design also does include enhanced outdoor space for community use and also now bleacher seating for 200, which we know is a major need for Reading Rec as well. But outside of that, the primary benefit here is for our students in the Killam School. With that said, there's also 3 other, we think, major benefits of moving forward with the project. First one I'll hit on the next slide is the RISE preschool program. As you may know, our RISE preschool program is currently stretched across 3 sites, the basement of RMHS right here, Wood End, and Killam. If you go to the next slide, one more, sorry, currently has 10 classrooms across the program. The new building would move all of those classrooms under one site at the Killam School, and also adding in 2 additional classrooms. I think the important thing for me in this is that is the RISE program, our youngest learners, this is not a babysitting program as we know. If we want to invest to save in our schools, if we really want to improve outcomes, you could argue that the most formative years are for our youngest learners. So this is an opportunity to, we think, invest in what is ensure high quality programming for all of our 3, 4, 5-year-olds. Particularly, this program serves about half of our students or half students with disabilities. So investing early and ensuring high quality educational opportunities for our most vulnerable students is really important. As you see on the next slide, Again, having RISE under one roof allows us for streamlined curriculum, streamlined administration, better family engagement, a better sense of community. I think stretching any school across 3 sites is a major challenge. We were, I would say, pleasantly surprised that MSBA has agreed to participate in reimbursement for our RISE preschool classrooms. As the community may know, MSBA does not typically participate in reimbursement for pre-K spaces. I'd like to give a thank you to previous Superintendent John Doherty and the rest of the team who put together the statement of interest and wrote it in such a way that made the clear case for the need for our students with disabilities. And that also was a way that the MSBA felt that argument was compelling, and it will now participate in reimbursement for those 12 pre-K spaces, which is an incredible opportunity. In addition to the benefits for the RISE community, there's also, we think, gives us the opportunity to be a little bit more forward-thinking with what we're anticipating around demographics in the district in the years to come. In the 2022 McKibben demographic study, McKibben projected, based off actual births, that we would start to have an uptick in enrollment in the next school year, and then within the next 5 school years, increase our enrollment of about 100 students. So moving and opening up 2 additional classrooms at Wood End would allow us to thoughtfully absorb that increase in enrollment without having to think creatively, adding more space or consolidating other programs across our district. And I'll share, even if the district is not to go up by 100 students, I think we all know of just the level of need that continues to rise in students, not only in Reading, but also across our country. And having additional space to be able to meet some of those needs will be really important in the years to come. So we think that this will allow us to not have to come back in years to come and say we need additional space in XYZ areas. And then the last benefit, in addition to the community benefits, but for our students, is around our RMHS programming. For those who may have high school students or those connected to high school, the last couple of years, I'll share much more on Monday night during the budget presentation, has undergone what we think is a really exciting transformation in what the day-to-day experience looks like for our students, providing more opportunities for learning in areas of high demand out in the job force and areas that are of high interest for our students. So the high school has now launched 5 what we call innovation pathways, which are computer science, engineering, digital media, clean energy, healthcare, and social assistance. And this allows students to have academic programming and vocational programming, hands-on programming in those areas that are of interest and high need in the job force. Right now, those programs are going really well. We also do not have as much lab space as we would want to be able to build those programs up to align to what we think the interest and need is for our students. And I'll give you an example. For those of you who follow our robotics program, you'll know our highly successful robotics program builds out of a closet downstairs right outside Rise and Central Office. On my way up here right now, I asked some of the students, what would this additional space mean? They say really all we need is a kind of an open canvas, an open room to be able to try out all of our materials, all of our designs, all of our robots, and to have all of the 6 3D printers in our building in one space, and to be able to have enough space around our laser cutter in a way that we can ensure that it's safe, usable, and we're actually maximizing what it could bring. That's one opportunity, we think, of being able to expand what would be our robotics lab at a very low cost. 2, you'll also see listed here is building out an engineering lab to be able to merge our CAD with our traditional hands-on construction within our engineering innovation pathway as well. So this would allow us to build on what we think is the start of what a new age high school should look like, and opening up that space in the high school would allow us to give the lab space that's important to execute on that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carla, who's going to get into the more exciting part, which is the pictures and the site plan.
Ms. Nazaro.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carla Nazaro, I'm the chair of the committee, school committee member and precinct 1 member. So I get the privilege of showing you the pretty renderings of our proposed building. Starting with the site plan, you can see in the center of the site the intermittent gray line, which shows the outline of the existing building. You can see how close it is to the proposed new building, which resides closer to the Haverhill Street side of the site. From the Haverhill Street side of the site is where our buses would enter, but not exit in the morning. And on the Charles Street site, you can see the entrance to the parking lot, which is a significant parking lot, and it allows for many cars to be able to access the site and be on the site during pickup and drop-off. You will also notice on the Charles Street site, we will be reconfiguring that to allow parking spaces as well as two-way traffic. So we have done significant traffic studies, and we will have a wonderfully flowing pickup and drop-off. And we also have different play areas and fields as well. I'm going to go through a few drawings just to show you different views of the school and how it could look. Right now, with our exterior design meetings that we're having, the building actually looks pretty similar to this. But this is just a neighborhood view, so you can see some of the homes around it as well. This is the main entry view and how it may look. This is our view from Charles Street. To the left of the building, you will see eventually different play spaces. And then this is the back of the building, and it is on the Haverhill Street side. You'll notice it's a 3-story building. I will tell you that our designer has been excellent with how they've bumped the building in different ways for sizing, so it will fit more comfortably into the neighborhood and not seem like a 3-story building. We have a couple of pictures of how it could look inside of the building. And this is an example of a classroom neighborhood, and the MSBA is very prescriptive in their spacing requirements, and it's on a per student basis. And what we've done is we actually made the classroom spaces a little bit smaller and spilled out that space, which is all reimbursable, into the hallway to have additional and different types of educational spaces for our teachers and our students. And I should say that we will have different color codings for different floors, so the kids will be able to have more of a sense of belonging and kind of know where they're supposed to go. This, one of my favorite pictures, because of the natural light, and you'll notice, and I'll point out throughout the building, the instances of having natural light come into the building. This is our cafeteria/auditorium. You'll also notice that the design is, and I don't mean this disparagingly, a simple design, a clean design with durable materials. So we don't need fancy, we need durable, and anything we have is going to be a step up from our existing building. The proposed school is 3 floors. The first floor, highlighted in green, is where the Rise Preschool will be. As Dr. Milichevsky said, the 12 classroom spaces will be reimbursable by the MSBA. The cafeteria is on the lower level. As we move up the stairs, the kids get bigger, grades go up. So on the second floor, we have our K through 2 grades highlighted in blue. We have the gymnasium, and you can see in the middle of that blue donut that we have our media center. The media center was such an important part and is such an important part to our Killam community that it helped us to form this design. So it is a space where people are used to kind of congregating and walking through, and it allows siblings to see one another and students to see past teachers, so it's a real community building type of area. Up on the 3rd floor, you'll see where that media space is in the center, that the design allows for that natural light to come down. So it comes down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, but it spills into the hallways and inadvertently into the classrooms as well. So it's really going to be a beautiful type of space. This type of building is so energy efficient, and we've really concentrated on the envelope of the building in terms of sustainability. So what is the MSBA process? The Massachusetts School Building Authority, it's a quasi-independent government agency, and they fund capital improvement projects for districts in the Commonwealth, for public schools. They work with local communities. They're very focused on affordability, sustainability, energy efficiency throughout the Commonwealth. They provide reimbursement to communities, and it's based on a predetermined percentage of eligible costs. So the MSBA has a list, and they will tell us, we know right off the bat what types of things are reimbursable, and there's also a percentage that's assigned to each district of reimbursement, and there's a number of different factors that go into that percentage. Thank you. Since 2004, the MSBA has paid out $16.1 billion to cities and towns. And how do they get that revenue? Their dedicated revenue stream is 1 penny from our 6.25 state taxes. So the statement of intent was submitted in 2021. So we've been working on this project for a significant amount of time. At that time, when we submitted that statement, 58 statements of interest were turned into the MSBA for their core school building project program. 11 districts were moved forward into the next phase, and Reading was invited into the next phase. I don't think we're taking questions now.
You all set? Is there any more presentations?
No, I see hands up. Okay. Okay. The MSBA program, the MSBA has 8 different modules. Currently, we're in Module 5, which is funding the building process. If the May 13th vote passes, we'll be moving into the scope monitoring phase. This is just one glimpse of our project schedule. You can see in the orange approvals, May 13th is our debt exclusion vote. April 30th, yesterday at 10 a.m., the MSBA had a board meeting, and they voted unanimously to push us into the next phase of the project. So basically what they do is they allocate the funds. They put up the money, and they give us 120 days from yesterday to put up our chunk of the money. So that's why we have kind of compressed that whole process. And I will turn this over to Sean Brandt.
Thanks, Carla. I'm Sean Brandt. I'm a Precinct 8 Town Meeting member, School Committee member, and Killam School Building Committee member. I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about the ways that the committee worked diligently and proactively to gather community feedback as we developed this project. And there were really sort of 2 flavors of that. The first one being the educational visioning sessions that we held to understand what it is that makes Killam, how can we build on that, how can we make it even better. And then a series of community meetings that we held both early in the process and then as the design evolved against topics like the site survey, our traffic study, and then engagement with our sustainability working group, which was really tasked with helping develop a building that's sustainable and efficient on a go-forward basis. From an educational visioning perspective, as I said, what we were really trying to tease out was what is it that makes Killam. And I think what we found, and if you've got kids or grandkids or friends' kids who go there or have gone there, despite the building's limitations, it's really a tremendous community there at Killam. People really like each other. Students, staff alike are committed to their terrific values. Terrific is, let's see if I get this right, trustworthy, respectful, responsible, fair, caring citizens. Anybody check me on that? Nailed it, good. So those are the core values that they really live by at Killam. And what we were trying to tease out was how do we preserve and build on that with a new building, but also how do we address some of the constraints from an educational perspective that the building imposes on us today. Go to the next page, please. Another piece of the educational visioning sort of effort was school tours. And so we took groups to some of the schools that have opened with MSBA funding. Each of these are within the last couple of years, to see how they're using their spaces, to see some of the things they've done to create flexible, adaptable spaces that can address not only the needs they have today, but evolve with the needs of the school going forward. We held community engagement sessions in the Killam building, but also in other places around town. Some photos there from some of those engagement sessions. And the result of the sessions is a very long list of community priorities here. And I'm not going to read all of these because there are a lot of them. But what I do want to highlight is that most, if not all, of these community priorities have found their way into the design. And I'll highlight just a few. Carla reviewed the floor plans. That first bullet under the focus on education, the grade level classroom pods or neighborhoods with dedicated special education space, is certainly kind of a core tenet of how the building was designed. Dr. Milichewski alluded to the gym being a sort of a useful space for rec and other purposes outside of school hours as well, with the bleachers and accessibility from the outside. So when we think about the community-centered approach here, where we can support community sports and recreation programs, have this be a building that really provides value to the town all week long, not just from 8:20 until 2:45. That was really top of mind for us as well. And then realistic sustainability, and those words are chosen very carefully. We made what we believe are really strong, smart choices to incorporate sustainable green building design when the ROI is really strong for the town. And so there are things like solar on the roof, but other options that were much more expensive that we may have chosen to forego because they just didn't feel like they fit with sort of the town's expectations for keeping the budget within reason on this project. Safety and healthy, and safe and healthy. The site plan provides a much better entrance and egress from the school. It'll get a lot of cars off the street. If you've ever driven on Charles Street or Haverhill Street, during drop-off and pickup, it can be a bit of a mess. And we've got a site plan here that will dramatically improve the safety of the building and for those coming and going in the neighborhood as well. So really, tried very hard to reflect those community priorities and think we've been able to do that in this project. With that, I think Sharon's going to come up and talk to us a little bit about the financials.
Ms. Angstrom.
Thank you, Sean. So the project cost for Killam is $130,011,783. The MSBA contribution for this project is $44,182,227, leaving the town share at $85,829,556. And that ends up being $80.50 per 100,000 of assessed home value. And when we looked at the different options, the 20 years, what we're leaning towards, just trying to minimize the interest and keep it somewhat affordable. Looking at this project as well, we tried to make sure that we didn't have any remaining excluded debt when we took on a new project. And so we had prior 3 excluded debts: the high school, Wood End, and the library. Last year we paid off the high school and Wood End, so when you got your tax bill this year, you should have seen some savings from those falling off the tax roll of about $27.15 per 100,000. The library's final debt payment is this year, and so those will fall off your tax bill for next year, and that will save you about $16.31 per 100,000. The average home here in Reading is about $890,000, which would make the impact of the Killam project $716.45 or $59.70 per month. But when you consider that you save about $386.80 from all the excluded debts that have fallen off over the last couple of years, the net impact is about $329.65. I'm going to turn it back over to Carla for what if the vote fails.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So what happens if the vote fails? We will be out of the MSBA process, and they will take our $44 million and they will pass it along to another district. If the vote fails, we would be able to go to the MSBA and ask them to allow us to very quickly turn around and ask for another vote. If that failed, and we have to do that within the 120 days, if that vote ended up failing, then we're out. So what does that mean for us, and what does that mean for the students at Killam and staff? We would continue to occupy the school building with all of its limitations. So we will continue to have classes in closets, and our storage will continue to be in the hallways and other areas. We will be, as a town, responsible for maintaining and repairing any systems that fail. If we decide as a town that we have to do something, which we will, the minimum cost to bring that existing building up to code is $61 million. And our proposal here tonight, for an additional $24 million, we can have a 3-story school with a beautiful site with an ample parking lot. We would have to find temporary learning spaces for students during that upgrade, and repair cost would be 100% the responsibility of the town with no other state funding. Our programmatic and educational needs would be the same as they are now. So per state guidelines and per the allotted amount of space per students, Killam is half the size of a school that it should be. So the new school is twice the size of Killam. So just think about that in terms of $61 million for the same size school that we have now, or an additional 24 for a school that truly is double the size. So the bottom line is we have to do something. It's hard for us to envision how to sustain operating this building in its current state. And I can tell you, as Pat Tompkins had mentioned before, we are committed to a beautiful building that is cost effective, and that we will be good stewards to the tax dollars. We're all taxpayers, but we understand the importance of it as well. And I can't be any more grateful for our design team and our OPM. They've been true partners with us. They know how to do this stuff, and we really have some good years in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Fincom report, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ed Ross, Finance Committee. I'm actually also the Killam School Building Committee member and town meeting member from the Great Precinct 5. Sorry. This was awful dry, so I just figured I'd break it up a little bit. Just a little bit of background on the Fincom involvement in the Killam School Building project. As Pat mentioned, Fincom has had membership on the committee since its beginning. I've been lucky enough to be on it for the last 2+ years. As part of that, we've been involved and informed from right in the outset, from the hiring of the OPM, the designers, and that's proceeded through all of the the different kind of funding mechanisms that are out there, which is kind of really our purview. That extends to the MSBA funding, the federal incentives, energy incentives, and really to the, which kind of lends itself to the financial impacts to the community. It's been, kind of a very, as folks have mentioned, a very prescriptive and transparent process that the MSBA lays out, and I think that's really informed us from a financial perspective. One other kind of caveat I would say, and Carla just alluded to this, there's been dozens of decisions that have come kind of through the committee, and it didn't really require a finance committee member on there because everyone is asking about what the cost is. There's different options that are presented, and it's not just looked at through one lens of, oh, well, we want that. It's the other part of it is, well, how much does that cost? And so it's been a true north star to the project, and I can't reiterate that enough, that it's been kind of permeated throughout the whole committee, town staff, and, our OPM and designers. So that all culminated with our April 2nd meeting, I'm done now, where we voted 5-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you. Now, is there further discussion? Yes, Mr. Arena?
John Arena, Precinct 1. I have a few questions. Dr. Milichevsky mentioned in his opening comments that, if I recall, that RISE had presently 150 children distributed across the 4 sites, and there was a waiting list of 64. Is that to say that the capacity of the new building will be at or beyond the sum of those two? Is that the way to think of that?
Dr. Milichevsky?
Yeah, great question. So we are at 10 classrooms, and we average about 15 per class. So there's your 150. We're adding 2 classrooms. So the 2 classrooms going up will add 15 would allow us to build our capacity up to 30. We anticipate about half of those slots will go to students with disabilities in the community, given what we expect is going to be a rising need, then the other 15 for general education students.
So 150 nominally today grows to some higher capacity to allow for growth and so forth?
180.
180, excuse me, I
180.
didn't hear that.
Yep, 180.
Within the total budget proposed here, what's the value of the contingency funds within the proposed budget? How much cash is put aside for contingency or unforeseen circumstances?
Mr. Tompkins?
I don't have the specific numbers, but it's about approximately 5% of the hard costs in contingency.
Is there any unpriced or underpriced scope of work remaining in the project at this point?
Well, right now, both projects have completed schematic design. So I'll give you a little bit of background. Schematic design, you saw the pictures, we know what the building is. If we get approved, both projects will go into what's called design development and then construction documents, where the design is flushed out. If you can imagine, right now we have the building, we have the rooms, we have the layout, we have an idea of the flooring type, the materials we're going to use. In design development, we'll start to say with the ceramic tile, are we going to go half height or full height in the bathrooms? We'll start to hone in on those decisions.
Yes, sir.
Construction documents will hone in on the specific details down to a very fine point. So right now, we've done estimates, and the way the estimate was done, both the architect and the owner's project manager hire an independent cost estimator. They both they take the documents we have to date, and they put together a detailed cost estimate where they estimate every piece of work going into the project. They then do those independently. They then get together and reconcile those numbers. Why are you having this much for this? Back and forth till they come to an agreement on the price of that scope. And then added to that is contingency for escalation. There's also a design contingency and an owner contingency. So I don't know if that fully answered your question.
Oh, I'm familiar with building plans. So if you strip out the contingency, you would say you've got a path to build this structure as intended with the surfaces that you planned during its initial design. I understand you go through the detail as-built plans, but the contingency is purely for escalations and not to deal with the base building, true?
Yeah, the contingency, there's one contingency specifically for escalation, because when they estimate it at today's dollars. They escalate it out to the midpoint of construction. And then there's also a contingency, a design and construction contingency. The construction contingency is kind of for what you can't see when the building isn't fully designed. The owner's contingency is during the construction process for things that might come up along the way. We're confident that we have an appropriate budget and appropriate contingencies for the project.
What's the anticipated completion date? And I understand that's purely estimated, but notionally, where does that end?
So the estimated at this point, the schedule would be if the votes pass, where the consultants, the architect and the OPM are ready to go, ready to jump right into design. design would take about 10 months. So next spring, we would be out to bid. So the project's starting in the spring, summer of 2026. We'd be looking to occupy the new school in December of 2027 or February or possibly April of 2028. Did I get that year right? And then there's a process of demolishing the existing building and finishing the parking lots while the new school is occupied. That would run through the spring, summer, and fall of 2028.
I'd be curious how you're handling the topic of material inflation. It's kind of a reality now, but is part of that contingency your inflation?
Yeah, I mean, the escalation contingency is specifically for that, and, you know, it's a complicated thing. If I was to sit here and tell you, I know what things are gonna cost in a year, everyone in this room knows I'd be a liar. But you gotta remember, there's market dynamics that you can't really predict, and probably in a worst case scenario, the worst thing that could happen is we have high inflation and high interest rates. You know, we like, as a building, Sharon likes low interest rates. That's great for us. So that's like a double whammy on the project. But even in that type of situation, if interest rates remain high, right now in the construction market, the private construction market is pretty light. So there's a lot of contractors moving to the public sector. So even in a situation like that, which is the double whammy, the worst possible scenario for us, there will be a silver lining in that we'll see more contractors looking to do this work, and we'll have more competition, which will help rein in those costs. So we have a contingency specifically for escalation, and it's calculated to midpoint of construction. And again, we feel those contingencies are appropriate.
The nice thing about the debt, though, is it's fixed over the term. Does the town accountant have the CFO have a sense what debt might look like if we went out?
Ms. Angstrom?
So we had an estimate done by our bonding agent, which obviously can change. For a 20-year borrowing, we were being quoted a 3% interest rate over 20 years.
Okay. And is there any work that the town is assuming here, either in Public Works to run?
Pardon me? Yes.
I'm sorry.
This goes to the cost question. Is there additional scope the town is going to deliver as part of this work?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me. I'm sorry.
So it goes to the build. I'm sorry. Thank you, Sharon. You've answered my question on debt. Is any of the scope of work assumed by the town in Public Works in terms of utilities or the entrances or paving? Is that also comprehended in the plan, or will it be?
Mr. Tompkins?
So all the utilities to the building, like coming off the street, which will pretty much all come off of Haverhill Street, that's all included in the project. So I think everything that you're referring to is included in the project budget.
Thank you.
Mr. Gardino?
Hi. Phil Dardino, Precinct 3. I would have to say I was a little surprised to see the MSBA number. Where did that number come from? That's only about 30%. Where did the number come from, can I ask?
So just to be clear, you're talking about the $44+
Yes.
million of
Yes.
the grant that's coming from the MSBA.
Right.
And our percentage that we receive as a town that was assigned to us is about 51-52%.
Right.
But that is of eligible costs. So not everything is
I
an
understand.
eligible cost. So it comes out to about, like you said, maybe that 30% of the project.
You're saying of this project, only $80 million is eligible? What's not eligible? That's a lot. That's a large number. $50 million of this project isn't eligible?
So there's a percentage for eligible costs. For
No, I
exa-
understand that, but tell me what's not eligible in this
Okay,
project.
so for example, on a per square foot basis,
Yeah.
what the market says the cost is for square feet, the cost is per square foot and what the MSBA is going to reimburse us, there's a delta there. So already there's a delta there. There are things on the site that aren't eligible. There are furniture, there's certain expenditures with furniture that
Yeah.
aren't eligible, things like that.
I have to tell you that I come from North Reading, and I was the treasurer, not to say anything, but I was the treasurer on the high school building committee, okay? If you've got $50 million on an eligible cost, I think the people here need to know what $50 million of ineligible cost is. That's a big number, $50 million of ineligible cost. That means the MSBA is telling you they aren't going to cover that expenditure. That's a big number. I'm not saying it's wrong to be spending that money. I'm not. It isn't wrong to be not to be spending that money. But I think people need to know what you're spending $50 million on that are over what the MSBA is basically telling you not to spend that money because that's what they cover. They cover. No. Yeah, they are. They're telling you.
Please let him speak.
Wait, let me speak. They're telling you we cover this much money. And the things they don't cover, they're saying you don't need it. So I think people need to know what it is that's in the $50 million. I feel I need to know what's in the $50 million. Okay? So you absolutely, I remember, you absolutely do need to spend some of that money, but $50 million is a lot of money to be spending above what MSBA will reimburse. That's my opinion.
If I can just provide a little clarity on that. The MSBA.
No, you know what I'm saying?
Let him, hold up, Mr. Gardino, let him answer the question.
All I'm saying
Mr. Gardino,
is
Mr. Gardino, please let him, you asked him a question, could you let him?
I didn't ask him a question. I said, all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying $50 million, people have a right to know what's in the $50 million. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Would you like a response?
So what I was
please.
going to try to explain to you is the MSBA is a funding department, if you will. They're trying to provide the maximum benefit to the maximum amount of communities. Right. And from that perspective, they have set up certain rules and regulations. For example, right. Carla mentioned the site work. They want to treat all projects equally. Killam is a relatively small site. We might have another project out in Western Mass that has a very large site. Well, that school district might decide to put in a field house and extra fields and football fields. And what the MSBA has done is they've designed their program so that whether you're putting in 10 extra fields or you're doing what is appropriate just for the educational program, which is what we're doing at Killam, you're going to get the same equitable breakdown on that site cost. So they've put a cap on that specifically for site, for example, of 10%. I will tell you, I did a project in the city where I had sidewalks touching all four corners of the building, and I was over 10% on that site. So the 10% isn't saying that you should only have 10% on site. It's saying we're going to make site equal for everybody, and we've chosen 10% as a number. So they're trying to make that equal and equitable across the board. So when we look at the numbers that we're talking about, they have a cap on cost per square foot. They have caps on various things. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't spend over that. It just means that they're trying to make it equal for everybody. And if you look at the projects, we can show you the projects online. We are actually on the lower level as far as cost per square foot for our project compared to every other project that's going out at the same time as our project right now.
Maybe, but that's all I'm asking. You're $50 million over what the MSBA says they're willing to reimburse. So, I mean, I think I'd like to know where the $50 million is. That's all. I think everybody's got a right to know where the $50 million is and spent on. And I think that's what you'd explain. That's my point of view. I don't know if anybody agrees with me, but I'd like to know.
I think part of the answer is, thank you. I think part of the answer is that when somebody's giving money away, they get to put the stipulations on it. And Santa Claus gives everything away for free, but the MSBA puts stipulations on what they're going to give away.
That isn't the answer. You're wrong. The answer is that you reimburse 50% of a school. They define what the school is. Now, they're not always right. Believe me, I know they're not always right. But they have told you the school should be $80 million. You're saying it should be $130 million. That's fine. Tell me what the 50 is. That's all I'm saying. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. Just tell me what the 50
So
is.
the construction cost for the school is $101 million. If you add in all the escalation and contingencies on that, that's what brings you up to $130 million. And so the 44 plus million, they're taking it off of that $130 million. So there's construction costs, and then there's all the escalation. So that's the difference between the 101 million and the 130 million. We're happy to sit with you with the spreadsheet and show you. We have a spreadsheet that shows exactly what the MSBA will pay for and what they won't.
When will you do that?
Oh, we have it.
When will you do it?
We've presented a lot of the stuff in our meetings, and
No, you said you're happy to sit with me and show me. When will you do that?
you will talk right after. I'll do it whenever you want.
No, I'll do it next week. Pick a day.
All right. Let's get back to the debate here. No,
I'll call you.
yeah. Okay. Are you done with your? Okay.
I'll come down and give me a number. I'll come.
Did you have a
Yeah, just one
response?
last clarification. If we're talking about the $50 million, the majority of that delta, that difference between what they're willing to reimburse and not, is strictly cost per square foot of construction. So the MSBA has a cap on that. That is more than 3/4 of that ineligible cost. There is site work associated with it. There's different things with demolition of asbestos abatement, things of that nature. There's small little pieces, but the majority of it is just strictly cost per square foot. And I will tell you, anybody that's been a builder or anything, you can't build for the value that they have as their limit. And the MSBA will even tell you that. That's just their limit, again, trying to keep that equity across projects.
Mr. Herrick?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Steve Herrick, Precinct 8. I have a couple of quick...
Well, he's been waiting longer than them. I just happen to recognize that he was there for a while. And then we'll go back over there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll keep this quick. A couple quick questions. I just want to make sure I understand the contingent. I assume there's a contingent aspect. In other words, if we were to, for some reason, this body decided to not spend as much money, we're on the hook to spend this dollars before if we started cutting dollars, our reimbursement would start going down at some point, correct? Is that an accurate understanding?
So let me give you an example. So if we were to get a favorable bid on bid day and the bid came in a little bit under, or if we just designed better and we came in under, that money that comes off the top, most of that, if not all of it, will be above that cap. So it's actually mostly town benefits. So as the pricing comes in, if we're saving money on the top, it's mostly, if not all district money, all town money, and it's very little MSBA money because of those caps. So that is the benefit from that.
Okay, so it's unlikely, you're saying, that any reductions or savings we find, or even if we determine to trim something back, that we'd lose much in terms of the funding from MSBA, right?
That's exactly right. So that we have that reimbursement rate is locked in.
Okay.
And the reimbursement items, the eligible items are locked in. So if we're reducing that cost, that's exactly right.
Are the temporary costs associated with teaching, I assume there's going to be temporary classrooms or something set up here. I don't know the exact schedule. It was up there earlier. I'm assuming there's a good deal of cost associated with getting those places and housing students while the school is being built, or I'm misunderstanding the project. And I guess the question is that all baked into the numbers we're looking at today?
So the students will remain in the existing school, and once the new school is built, we'll move them in.
Okay. So there will be no temporary...
Right.
Okay.
I think you may be thinking of when I mentioned if we as a town have to just bring the existing building up to code,
Yep.
we would use, I believe it's 2 modulars, and we will cycle the kids through those modulars while we upgrade
Okay, and
the
that would have
different
been in your
classrooms.
61 million estimate.
Yeah.
One final question. It was mentioned earlier in the discussion that if for some reason, I know we have contingencies and that's great, if the project was for some unknown reason started ballooning on us, you said that we would reduce the scope. So I guess my question right now is, do we have a punch list of items that we would say, here's the hit list, here are the 10 things, going down the list that we would cross off if we started having budgetary problems, rather than go back to the town and ask for more money?
Mr. Tompkins?
Yeah, so not necessarily punch lists. We have alternates that we're looking at, both positive and negative, that we could take out of the scope. And I had mentioned the schedule previously. At the end of design development, I talked about the estimating process. We'll go through that same process again. So it's 10 months of design, envision 3 months in. We do that estimating process again. At the 60% documents, which is maybe roughly another 3 months, we'll do it again. And then at 90% documents, we'll do it again, sort of the last bite at the apple. And along the way, we'll have alternates, things that they might be positives, things that we want to add, but we're not sure we can right now. And if things are favorable and we think they're important, we might. And we'd also have things that we can take away.
Could you characterize some of those things that you would say are optional? I'm not suggesting I'm going to say we should get rid of them. I'm just want to understand where that line goes in terms of the types of things that we would pass on if budget became an issue.
I'm going to pass it over to our architect, who's going to answer this much better than me.
Jenny Kariamaki, La Valley Brensinger Architects. So a couple of items that I could envision being on that value engineering list, which we have, but it's not in front of me. We could change the heating plant system. Currently, we have a hybrid geothermal system that could potentially go to a less expensive system like an air source heat pump. We could eliminate solar panels on the roof. We could reduce the amount of built-in furniture and replace that with furniture that you bring in, which is typically less expensive. There's a couple examples.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. O'Neill?
John O'Neill, Precinct 6. First of all, I totally support the project, because Killam is long overdue, and those poor people in that neighborhood have been, cast aside for a long time. So I'm glad to see it happen. I am disappointed, however, with the presentation by Ms. Angstrom when we talked about, to me, it exhibited a bias that I'm afraid that a lot of people tend to have, and I'm sensitive to when it comes to anything to do with aging projects, services for aging people. And that is that you took all the tax savings that were coming off, the high school, would end in the library, and you said, all right, you offset it versus the cost just for this one project. You could have easily have said, when it came to the recalc, it wouldn't have been any impact because it would have been all offset, or to be fair, we could have gone 50-50. So I just want to express my disappointment in the way that was presented, and I've seen it presented almost all along, that this is where the savings is going to go to. Thank you.
Mr. Sasso? Just to let you know, as long as I can remember who's next, I'm going to try to do the people who are in order. Oh, did you have a comment before that? Excuse me, Mr. Sasso.
That the decision to do this came from me, not from Ms. Angstrom, because we're here to promote Killam. And at this point in time, if we are going to realize those cost savings, and the Recalc project would and should do the same thing because they're promoting their project as well.
Okay, Mr. Sasso.
John Sasso, Precinct 2. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So a couple quick questions. I know you referred to some of this, but what is the role of PBC during the actual the finishing of this design and construction phase? How would you characterize that at this point? I've heard some things already, but I just want to get a better perspective.
So the role of the Permanent Building Committee, we form project-specific building committees that include other members of town committees, school committee, and we oversee and administer the projects. The project invoices come through both of these committees for approval. Decisions on the heating system, the various types of heating system are things that we're involved with. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, like things like, will you approve all the change orders if there are things like that that have to happen? And, you know, to what extent will you get involved in any of the more detailed decisions? I mean, kind of along the lines of what other people have been asking about, you know, where do you draw into contingencies? You know, what role in that process will you folks play?
So the first line of defense, if you want to call it that, is the architect and the OPM. They would review all the change orders and present them to us, but they would go through the building committees, the Killam School Building Committee for approval.
Okay. So let me ask another question. So I did hear some of the things the architect was mentioning about alternatives, but given the funding mechanism, can you actually, if you ran into a contingency issue where you were, you know, on the high side, can you actually rescope the project without risking losing certain aspects of the funding?
So the major things that we can't touch are anything that would affect educational program. So when we submit to the MSBA, they're our partner, they're paying for part of this as well. And we submit class sizes, we submit educational programming and planning and things of that nature. So when Jenny was talking about heating and solar, those are things that don't affect educational programs. So that's really where we have to stay away from. We can't change the size of the building, we can't add more classrooms or take classrooms away, but we can work on finishes, we can work on fixtures, things of that nature, and we can certainly work on internal systems.
Okay, great. No, wanted to make sure I understood that piece. Sorry, I need to read here. Someone just mentioned something about the modulars. So what's happening with the modulars as part of this process? Are those going to be moved? Are they going to be used elsewhere?
Dr. Malachowski.
Great question. So a little bit of context. There's modular classrooms right now on the Killam site, which house kindergarten classrooms at the moment. There is also in the building, in Killam, there's also a couple of pre-K classrooms. So our plan is to transition the Killam kindergarten students into the main building and then move the RISE students outside to the modular classrooms. Now here's where it gets a little more interesting. During construction, we can't have the modular classrooms on site. So we have to move the modular classrooms to a site where we think is best for programming and ideally is their forever home. We anticipate, we budgeted the cost for moving the modulars, which are in the project costs, of around $700,000. So obviously once they're moved, we do not want to move them again. These are arguably some of our best classrooms. I would think between Joe, we say 10 to 15 years of life left in the modulars. So the space that we've identified to move is to outside the high school parking lot, outside behind the Rise and Superintendent's parking lot back there. That would allow us for, in the short term, to have those classrooms that are RISE classrooms right next to the majority of the rest of RISE programming. And then also, in a couple of years when the building would open up, that would also open up the modular classrooms there, which we would then be able to use for either high school instructional space or high school offices for either athletics or extended day.
Okay. I was going to ask the question, is that cost of that included in the project? So
it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Has the state ever not fulfilled an MSBA commitment? Anybody know the answer to that question?
I would just say once we get the vote and once we pass it, we sign a project funding agreement and a project agreement, and once that's signed, then the state has never not fulfilled that.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm going to ask this question because it was brought up during your original opening, Pat. There are other capital projects that may come our way. I think it was actually in 2022 that you guys presented the municipal building assessment. I mean, how does that, maybe a little bit beyond the scope here, but how does that, in your mind, look in terms of where we're looking for the next set of major projects, especially on the school side, I would ask? Because you did present the municipal side. I think that's all that was presented back in 2022. And again, with your presentation about, we need to do a new school every 7 years or a new building, I'm sorry, not a new one, but either a major reservations. Are you guys already looking at some of those issues at the moment?
So there obviously there will be additional projects in the future as we laid out the age. I can't say that we have specifically a roadmap and we have like the next project is X, Y, Z, and it's going to come in 5 years. But the reality is, if you're, if you have 15 major buildings in town, like they keep coming. You're right. We did present on the municipal building committee. I thought it was 21, might have been 22. We presented on the schools, I think, in 2019. So we did and it was the exact same presentation. So yes, there will be in the future. We don't see, we don't see in the short term, 2-3 years out, doing anything, and we don't have a specific roadmap that this is the next and this is the next project.
No, and we actually had that conversation the other day here at town meeting, by the way. So, so I guess the last thing is just a comment. I just, as we were going through this, I was remembering as Mr. O'Neill was talking, when you presented the kind of the tax implications, I think one of the things that I felt was kind of missing, and maybe whether it's bias or otherwise, the kind of the annual 2.5% increase that people increase and see on their tax bills as well. I don't know about anybody in here, but I haven't seen that money come off my tax the last year because we not only it may have come off, but we've also had an increase on top of that. So I think it's a little disingenuous that wasn't on there, because I think people actually want to see, this isn't just the only thing we're seeing, but we're still seeing increases in taxes regardless. So, all right, thank you very much.
All right. Dr. Milichewski.
Build a little bit on Pat's last comment too, and just show the slide here that shows the age of the schools as well. I think internally, being in the buildings every day, Killam is in a much different position than the rest of our schools. I think the next one in line, if you look at this list, you see Birch Meadow, which was last major renovation, which was in 1995. Still, we think that, we heard there, 2, 3, 4. I think we're much even further away from any major renovation needing in that building as well. And Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we feel that building is in a much different place in a positive way than where Killam is right now. So I think that we are, on the school side, in a really good shape besides Killam at this point.
Okay, thank you. I've lost track, so we're going to start bouncing back and forth. So over here.
Good evening, everyone. Adi Bengali, first year, Precinct 3. First of all, I want to admire and applaud all the fantastic work this has gone into this. It's wonderful. The math is brilliantly explained. And I'm totally for this. I just have 2 questions, just basic finance questions for my own understanding. The first one is the project or the school opens 2028, can go into 2029. We all know how projects sometimes slip up. Have we thought, is there going to be some maintenance cost for Killam in those 4 years that we need to account for? We are not anticipating any big fixes. You never know when things break down, but do we need to account for that money as well, or it's negligible compared to the whole budget?
Do you want to, Joe? You know the answer.
We have a response. Oh, Mr. Huggins.
Basically from now until
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Huggins, Director of Facilities. So yes, we have looked ahead to see what the impact on the operating budget would be. The new Killam School is going to be an all-electric facility, so that's going to have an impact on accommodated costs. We are going to be needing more money for maintenance contracts because of the size of the building, as well as staffing. Our staffing model is going to change for custodial staff that works for the school department, as well as outsourced cleaning because of the size of the building. So we are looking at those costs.
I was more asking, thank you for that, by the way, but more about the upkeep of the existing building till the new school opens.
Oh, I apologize.
No, that's all right.
We're going to treat Killam just like we're treating any of the other buildings. There is nothing on the capital plan right now for Killam, but if a major repair needs to happen, we'll address it. We're going to keep the building. It's still on the preventive maintenance program. We haven't changed anything. There's state mandated inspections that are still ongoing. So we're treating it as it's going to be there.
Fantastic. And a very quick question on the financing. I'm not very familiar with the real estate world on mortgages or the loans, but I'm just wondering, as the interest rate falls down, is there an opportunity for that 20-year loan we are thinking of? Is there a refinancing in this world? And would there be saving opportunities down the line, or it's more or less locked at this point?
Ms. Angstrom.
So when it comes to bonding, we have to hold on to the bond for a certain amount of time, and once we've held it for a certain amount of time, then we would be eligible to refund it, and obviously the market would have to yield a lower rate for us to do that.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much.
Ms. Downing.
Hi, thank you. This is an enrollment question for the superintendent. You mentioned that the RISE enrollment is 150. Is that the current enrollment or the projected for the fall?
That's our current enrollment, and that's been our current enrollment in recent history, given that that's our cap right now.
Oh, okay, because that doesn't match whatever you guys reported to DESE at the start of the year. It said the enrollment was 116.
Yes.
So you gained 34 kids this year?
Yes.
Is that typical?
Yes. So during the year.
My question is, are we going to hit capacity on RISE in this building if you have this kind of 30% increase each year?
Yeah. Great question. So the game that we have to play constantly is if we fill up at 150 to start the year, we will know that there's going to be students who will turn age eligible to go to RISE that are students with disabilities, and we have to provide them with a pre-K experience. And if we don't have a space, then there's nothing we can do. So during the beginning of the year, we look at historical patterns to project how many students do we anticipate or how many students do we know in our community who are going to need RISE, who are going to be legally required to provide pre-K programming, and basically hold those spots knowing that those spots are going to fill as the year moves on. We are now at full enrollment, but again, to start the year, you'll see a similar pattern. Next year, we'll probably start likely between 115 and 120, knowing that we're going to fill those spaces as the year moves on.
You won't still have the 150 because kids are moving on to kindergarten. My question, I guess, is what happens if RISE hits capacity at this new school? Do we start putting it back in the high school or modulars again?
That's a great question. So if right now there were 7 or 8 new students who were to move in and we had no classroom for them, we would be required to find a classroom and find a space and build programming. I think in the last couple of years we have not had to do that. I think we have an idea of what we can expect in student enrollment, and we can plan thoughtfully. So I do not think there'll be a time we'll be caught flat-footed and have to add an additional classroom. We are adding the 2 classrooms at Killam as well, because what we do think is that we are anticipating that there'll be more students who will be requiring access to early childhood programming as a result of some of our new screening tools, as a result of what we're just seeing in trends in students right now. So we are trying to anticipate that and build out 2 additional classrooms that won't require us to be stuck in a position where we won't be able to. If we could build 10 more classrooms, I'd feel much more confident in that, but I do think the 2 classrooms that we have are sufficient to meet what we see as sort of the projected need.
So sort of related to that, and I don't know this, at Killam right now, is it just preschoolers in the modulars or kindergartners in the modulars?
It's kindergarten in the modulars.
So where are they going to go when the modulars are gone this fall?
So there's 2 pre-K classrooms that are in the current Killam building. So those 2 those classrooms are going to now be kindergarten classrooms, and we're going to be creative with some of the other spaces in the building, which will just basically move the 2 from outside to the 2 in.
Okay, I have one other question that's not related to enrollment.
Perfect.
Or just, I don't know if it's a question or a comment. I'm kind of building a little on what Mr. O'Neill pointed out with the money, with the savings. Most of the savings has already been realized, and even by the time this debt hits, right? All of the, I should know this being on Fincom, but I always get it mixed up. Either the library or the high school is already gone, right? That's already paid off, and the other one is finishing this year. So whether you want to count it towards Recal or Killam, it's a little artificial. We've already realized the savings, so we are going to, independent of the 2.5% increase, see increases for both these projects. Why don't we just call it what it is? That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Do we have a response? Ms. Angstrom?
So the projects that were excluded debt that are falling off have been on your tax bills for 20 years, and many people probably didn't even realize they were there. And so I thought it very important to point out that we planned our next excluded debt project to come after we've paid off all our excluded debt. So the high school was paid off last year, Wood End was paid off last year, and the library will be paid off this year. we probably won't see the impact of any of these borrowings until maybe fiscal '27, because there's very little chance they'll be in fiscal '26. But I think it's important to point out that there is no more excluded debt and that it has been there for 20 years.
I will point out that despite the line, I would be calling on people who have not yet spoken. Ms. Binder.
Thank you, Angela Binder, Precinct 5. My question, first of all, my kids are 26 and 28, and they were in elementary school when the elementary schools were being redone, so I know that this project is long overdue, and I thank you for your work and support it completely. But I do have a question following Ms. Downing's and Mr. O'Neill's. The total cost is $85 million, and the total cost per household is 80.5 per 100,000. Is that the total cost, or is that the total cost minus what's coming off the tax rolls? Is that the actual cost of the project?
Ms. Angstrom.
That's the actual cost of the program, the project, without any excluded debt falling off. That's
Okay.
the actual price that's going to be added to your tax bill. And it's worth adding, and I forgot to mention it earlier, is that we won't borrow all this money all at once. It will come onto your tax bill rather gradually, because we're not going to go out and borrow the whole amount right up front. We'll borrow it in tranches, and it will come on over the course of a couple years. And I wouldn't expect probably any, if not maybe a small amount, to hit in fiscal '26. So all of this excluded, it's fair to say, will be gone before we even see any impact of these two projects.
I understand that, but I just wanted to make sure, because it's the 27.15, that 80/50 doesn't, it's not a larger number, and those numbers have been subtracted. That's the actual number.
My reason for telling you how much was coming off is because it's already fallen off. And
Okay.
as somebody pointed out, your 2.5% that your taxes go up, you probably didn't even notice it even came off.
Right, but
because
that's
it's
the
too small
actual
amount.
number. It's not that a larger number with those exclusions.
Yes, that's the actual number. And if you
okay.
use there's a tax impact calculator on our website. You put in your assessed value and what projects you want to find out what they're going to cost you. It can add them all together, and it'll also tell you all the excluded debt that has fallen off, just to give you a net excluded debt impact.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Sisson.
Emily Sisson, Precinct 2, Fincom, and Killam parent. At ease, I have no questions, just an impassioned speech I wrote at 2 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. So you just heard, Precinct 2, Fincom, Killam parent. I'm here to speak on this article wearing 3 different hats. But no matter the hat, above all, I am a lifelong Reading resident who deeply cares about the future of our town and its children. Tonight, we have here a unique and exciting opportunity, one that will shape our community for generations to come. The decision we make here today will have lasting consequences, not just for the students at Killam, but for everyone who calls Reading home. As a parent of children who attend Killam, I can say without hesitation that the teachers, the staff, and the community are truly exceptional. The quality of education my kids receive is outstanding, and I am deeply grateful for the dedication and care shown by everyone at the school. Beyond academics, Killam instills those terrific core values: trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. That help shape our children into kind, thoughtful, and responsible individuals. They're not just educating students there, they're helping us raise good people. And that said, the building itself tells a very different story. It is worn, it is outdated, and it's nearing the end of its useful life. My children cannot drink the water. The foundation has visible cracks and settling. There is no fire suppression system. And there are ADA violations we should never accept in public space, especially not in a place meant to be safe and welcoming for our youngest citizens. As a parent and a former PTO board member there, I volunteered in that building more times than I can count. I've seen how our incredible teachers are forced to make do. Their support being delivered in hallways, reading specialists working behind curtained partitions of common spaces, and staff have been relegated to converted closets. And storage, there is none. Materials are stacked to the ceiling in every hallway, in the cafeteria, and in those weird common spaces known as high Ds. Both of my kids had the absolute gift of having Miss Cole for their kindergarten teacher. She's an extraordinary human with the biggest heart I've ever encountered. But her classroom space was, in a word, unique. Why? Because right next door, Miss Kanata's class has no direct access to the rest of the school. So they have to move through room 4 multiple times a day just to get to lunch, to gym, to anywhere. So that's 45 kindergartners crossing paths multiple times a day, and Miss Cole and Miss Kanata handle that chaos with grace. They need medals. Our teachers go above and beyond for every student, but they deserve better, our kids deserve better, our community deserves better. Switching my hats, now I'm on my finance committee role. I want to underscore what's at stake. If we don't approve this funding here today, we're still going to be on the hook for $61 million just to bring the existing building up to code. And that doesn't even begin to address the functional challenges that continue to limit our educators' ability to provide the best education possible. So we face what I see as a clear choice. We spend $61 million to put a Band-Aid on a building that no longer meets our functional needs, or we can invest that net $86 million in a brand new school, one that offers state-of-the-art classrooms, expanded recreational space, a centralized pre-K program, and more. Make no mistake, this is a significant investment for our town. And yes, if the town approves it on May 13th, taxes will increase. But here's the truth. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity. With the support of the MSBA, $44 million of the cost is covered. If we do not act now, we lose that funding, and we'll be stuck with a failing building that only gets more expensive to maintain. I firmly believe that this is a smart, forward-thinking decision for Reading, and I want to express my deep gratitude to the Killam School Building Committee led by Ms. Nazaro, and to Dr. Milichevsky and his entire team for the countless hours they've dedicated to making this opportunity and the MSBA's critical financial support a reality. It's not just about the building. It's about giving our children and educators the space they need to thrive. It's about shaping the future. It's about building a better and stronger Reading. Now, if you've ever seen me speak to this body, which I'm sure a lot of you have, you know I can't resist. I have to dust off my other hat, my Recreation Committee hat that I like to keep in my back pocket. An added benefit of this project I want to highlight is the inclusion of that brand new gym with seating and the construction of a new softball field, both of which will create valuable new opportunities for youth sports and strengthen community engagement. My daughter has played on that Killam softball field many times, and my son has played on the equivalent baseball fields at Barrows and Joshua Eaton. The disparity between the two is striking, and our young girls learning that game deserve a facility that is of the proposal's caliber. I'm almost done, I promise. I'm proud to stand here tonight and advocate for the future of our town, our children, and our educators. I believe that this is the right step for Reading, and I intend to fully support this critical project. I believe that will give our kids the school they deserve, a safe, modern, and inspiring place to learn. Thank you.
Ms. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jennifer Hillary, Precinct 4. I also will be wholeheartedly supporting this article tonight. And I want to say publicly and reiterate how grateful I am and how lucky we are in Reading to have such a high caliber committee, both the building committee and the Killam committee. The expertise that I saw up on the board tonight is something that I am going to walk away with tonight and share with my constituents and share with my community members. In addition to the need, we should feel so reassured that we have such incredibly smart volunteers who have sought to collaborate, who have done research, who have made an effort to include all constituencies in this process. So thank you very much.
Mr. Ventura.
Mark Ventura, Precinct 2. Killam, quite simply, is an utter disaster right now. I fully support this project. But I just heard a couple things. It's a lot of money. And then I heard a couple things, namely geothermal, solar. What other wish list items were on here? Was there an effort to value engineer? Did we design to a budget, or did we look, what do we think is palatable to the Reading taxpayers as far as a tax increase and design to that? Because those geothermal systems, again, as you mentioned, could be value engineered out with some savings, especially considering some other projects we're doing in this town potentially that we could potentially be voting on in this forum very shortly or discussing for the budget. I'm glad. I was going to ask about the contingency on the material escalation, but thank you for addressing that, because that's good, because the last thing we need is another library project where halfway through the project we're asking the town for millions of dollars more, especially in these times. People are just starting to get back on their feet. You know, we've suffered, the middle class, which we are mostly has suffered a little bit lately. So I'd like to see some of these costs, if possible, or at least presented in the design, or when we reprice at the at the 20%, 40% range, some value engineering ideas to present to the town. So, you know, when we move forward, to see if there is cost savings. I am approving this because Killam, as I said, is a disaster, but I think we should also consider everyone and try to bring this down. And on a totally separate note, unrelated, I've worked with LYF professionally, and they're a wonderful company, and I respect what they do. If that has any merit to anything, probably not. But I do like them. But I just wish some more value engineering like that. As soon as I heard geothermal, that just triggered in my mind. It's, you know, what do we design in the budget to?
Ms. Nazaro?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So as part of our process, we went through the sustainability piece of it. I will tell you personally that that was my one of my bigger concerns, that we needed to get it right. And I will tell you that the process that we were brought through by our consultants and the process that the MSBA makes you go through, we had a unanimous decision based on costs. So our geothermal, our half geothermal system that we selected was right in the middle of the pack. We took into account the Inflation Reduction Act, which is like a cost-saving mechanism from the government. Now, we don't know if that's going to be realized. We have not been told that it won't. So that also played into our role. So the geothermal system has the best overall cost savings, and in terms of the rebates that we will get back from it, it was one of the middle of the road options, and it is the option that it was a unanimous vote on the committee of that's where we should be.
And these systems will have heating and cooling capability?
It will be an
like a 4-pipe, both sides, or is it heating or cooling? So, you know, it's one of the, what I mean is, some systems, you're either in heating mode or cooling mode. With a building this large, two-phase, will we have the capability to do both? Because on those shoulder months, you could have one side of the building 120 degrees, you know, and the other side.
This
demanding
system
for heat.
can do both, and additionally, one of the energy-saving mechanisms is that we can shift heat from one part of the building to another, so that we don't need to add additional cooling to the building. We can just use the cooling in the space on the cold side of the building that is colder, and shift that heat to the hot side of the building.
Are there any other major Delta, like, wish list items? I know, like, as you said, like, sustainability was on the top of the list. Again, I would like to see if there were any options to bring the cost down during this, if it is possible, to present to the taxpayers, just to see if, you know, hey, maybe the recall I don't think is a good idea right now, if with 2.5% and everything else, but I'll digress. I'd just like to see those. But I am for this project. Killam is a disaster. I am going to vote yes.
So,
Mr. Tompkins?
again, as we go through the estimating process, we'll look at the solar on the roof. When we went through the solar on the roof and the geothermal as two items, we had working groups that were subcommittees of the, you know, a subset of the Killam School Building Committee, working with the designers to evaluate cost, and we felt like we selected in both cases what would give the town their best return on investment. As far as just monitoring costs, when we went through the schematic design, I think Jenny can attest to this, the building committee went through and commented. We probably had 100 or so comments. Jenny can attest the fact that 90% of my comments started with, do we really need? Do we really need? And everything that we do in this building, we have one chance to do it. It's got to last 50 years. We got to do it right. But every decision we make, we want to make sure we're factoring in budget, quality and longevity, and aesthetics. We do want to factor in, we want to build a nice building. But every decision, we want to make sure that as a committee and our consultants, we're taking cost into consideration, as well as longevity and durability of the products we're selecting. So, it's not one, if we want to reduce costs, we can't just say, hey, we're going to take one thing out. It's got to be a culture of trying to make sure that we're providing a quality building that's going to last. We got one chance to do this, and we're going to do it right. But we're always going to ask the question on costs. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sullivan, Precinct 7, Finance Committee, Killam alumni. Just a quick question on the additional parking spaces on Charles Street. Where's the space for those coming from? Like, are we narrowing the travel lanes on Charles Street? Are we cannibalizing the sidewalk? Like, where's that?
So currently, there's a grass strip and a sidewalk. And in order to get the space for the parking spaces along Charles Street, you can almost see they're like 2/3 on the site property line and like 1/3 off the site property line. So that the road is wide enough, so there would need to be like a shift of the lanes, but it doesn't narrow them narrower than they need to be, if that makes sense.
Okay, so we're not losing any sidewalk?
No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gardino.
Thank you. Phil Dardino, Precinct 3. I've been reflecting on what I said earlier, and I have a little more to say about it. First of all, I want to explain to everybody, make sure everybody understands what the MSBA is. It's the Massachusetts School Building Authority, okay? They sit down and they figure out what a school should cost. They're not giving away money. They figure out what a school should cost. And they give 51% of what they think a school should cost. Now, most communities look at what they think a school should cost, what the MSBA thinks a school should cost, and they decide, you know what, we want more. Very typical. They say they only want so many computers per student. And the towns say, you know what, we want more computers. So they get more computers. So it's very, very common that there's more money spent than the MSBA will reimburse. Very, very common. Every town does it. Every town spends more money than the MSB will reimburse. Very, very few towns spend $42 million. I said 50. It's not 50. It's $42 million. They're spending $42 million more than the MSB will reimburse. Half of, okay? And I'll tell you something. I respect this group. I respect this town. This is a wonderful town. You're wonderful people. I absolutely respect you. And I'm willing to bet that every dollar of that $42 million is being well spent. But you know what's infuriating? You won't tell us. You won't tell us. And I'll tell you where I stand. I'm not, as much as I believe every one of you have said this project is needed, I agree it's needed. But I'm telling you this, I'm not voting for it because you won't tell me where the $42 million is being spent. And I don't think any of you should vote for it till they tell you where the $42 million is being spent. And I say it again to you. There is a lot of things that the MSB won't reimburse that they should be spending that money on. Absolutely. They won't. For instance, I'll give you examples. I'm happy to give you examples. They have classroom size. The MSBA says classrooms should be X big. And most towns say, you know what, we want our classrooms to be a little bigger. So that costs money. So that's over the budget. Typical, MSBA says, this is how much we're going to give you in technology. So the town says, we want to spend a little more on technology. That's more money. But 42 million, tell us where 42 million goes. I, for one, am not voting for this project till you tell me where 42 million goes. Now that's me. You guys decide what you want, but if they won't tell you, that's a red flag for me. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I've offended anybody. I respect you all. I respect you too, very much. But if you won't tell me, that's a red flag.
Mr.
Thank
Wise.
you for my time.
Mr. Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Wise, Precinct 4 School Committee Chair. To help answer that question, I have a few questions for Mike. What is the current MSBA reimbursement rate per square foot?
So there's two different parts to it. There's a reimbursement for the building, and then there's a reimbursement for the site. We've got $605 per square foot. If you look on the graph that we have up on the screen here, the green line, the green solid line, that's kind of near the bottom there, that is the historic reimbursement rate from the MSBA. If you see the little dots, each one of those dots represent a project within the Commonwealth. If the dot is actually solid, like you see on the left side, those are projects that are actually in construction or have completed construction. The dots on the right side are projects that are currently working towards construction. We've highlighted in yellow the time period our project is in right now. There's 6 projects that are in basically the same time period as ours. And of the 6 projects, ours is the 5th most expensive in a cost per square foot.
So again, so 605, what is our estimated cost per square foot?
I believe right now for construction, $795.
So 605, $795, $180 per square foot.
Correct.
Right? That's based upon true construction costs. The $795 is based upon estimated true construction costs.
It's based on true construction costs today, escalated up to a projected bidding a year from now. That's correct.
And we clearly see from that chart, MSBA does not reimburse at true construction costs. Right, they've gone up twice over the last year and a half, 2 years, because they're trying to catch up with inflation from the last 4 or 5 years. But the fact is, they do not reimburse at true construction costs.
They do not, and it's the adjustment of that is actually limited by the state legislature. There's a cap of how great they can go up, and if you look, there's a large jump that happened in 2023. They actually had to have a legislative action to actually try to get us back a little closer to where true costs really are.
Right. So 180 versus $600 is slightly over 25%, right? That's actually 30%. It's a pretty significant difference in cost between what they'll reimburse and what it's actually going to cost to build it. Now, using Carla's numbers from before, that accounts for most of the $42 million that are different. The other things I heard already that account for the rest of it are the heat pump wells, or whatever I forget exactly what you call them, and the solar that will cost us a little bit more now, but save us significantly later as well, right? So using some of the language from before, invest to save. There's a little bit more expense, but more savings from an operational expense on a go-forward basis as well. So most of your 42 is right there, Phil. And I hope that made sense to you. But that's what we all need to understand, is there's a big difference between what the expense is going to be versus what MSBA is going to reimburse. And then there were some decisions from an investment to save perspective that closed the rest of the gap. This is not frivolous spending in any way, shape, or form. We didn't go for supersized classrooms in any way, shape, or form. The classroom sizes are the right classroom sizes. We even got them to reimburse pre-K, which they don't usually do. We did a great job with this project in getting MSBA-related funding and doing the right thing. And Carla, Pat, Tom, and everybody else that's involved in this has done a phenomenal job, and we should just be appreciative. I appreciate the focus on cost containment. Trust me, I do. You'll hear me shortly about that topic as well. But this one, we've done a really good job getting it. Even in the last month or so, it's gone from 42 million to 44 million, right? And just this morning, they voted to approve it unanimously. I just want to, again, thank everybody, and hopefully that answers the question in a non-combative way, that the difference is the cost per square foot.
Over on this side. Over on this side.
Joy Bolio.
excuse me, you have the floor.
Joy Bolio, Precinct 7. I'm excited about this project. I think it's going to be amazing. You said geothermal, and I just about started clapping at that point. I think we're going to be really saving money long term so that when my children are having children in Killam and that they are going to be there, that we're going to be more sustainable as a society. So that's exciting to me. I'm wondering if we have a document, and it's my fault perhaps for not going to a meeting on this, but do we have a budget breakdown slide or document that can be available?
Just so everybody understands, every month we have a meeting with the Killam School Building Committee. At that time, we review any invoices, any bills, or anything like that, and the full budget is shown, and we see where the budget is, we see where our expenses are, we see where the invoices are. Everything is an open book, every month, updated, every single month, every single meeting. And it's on the website.
I'm sorry, could you share with me what website that is? The Killam School, and that has the projected expenses for this project on there every month, and that's updated.
If you go into killamschool.com, and we have a document section, and it lists all of our meetings, and our packets are there.
Okay, and so all of the breakdown for the whole budget, every month it's updated, is available for us to see?
So for that monthly budget, it's there, of the entire budget, like where we're at.
Okay, not a projected budget for the whole cost of the project.
Could you use the microphone if you?
So the entire budget, we couldn't even post it onto the website.
Talking line by line?
Yeah.
So when I said the budget there, we have the budget broken down by what we call cost codes, which is actually related to the way we get reimbursement from the MSBA. So for example, the designer's fee is broken out and the OPM's fee to those terms that you've been hearing tonight: schematic design, design development, construction documents, construction, closeout, things. So there's different lines for that. The construction is actually basically one line item within that budget, but we do have estimators doing estimates, two separate estimators. Those estimates are probably about 45 pages long, several thousand lines. Like literally, when I was actually an estimator for a long time. If you ask me how much a building costs, I can't tell you, but how much does the concrete sidewalk cost, or how much does the drywall on the wall, like you break it down into parts and pieces, and you add up all those pieces, and that's how you get to the overall construction value. So we have those numbers from the estimators. We're going to be updating those at the end of design development, again at 60 and at 90. Ultimately, those numbers are our best estimate. The number that matters is on bid day when you get it from the contractor, and then their breakdown on that. But they usually, we try and outline those as well as we can.
Understood. So at the end of every month, or when there's an update, anyone in town can go and they can see exactly what that money's being spent on as we're moving through the project.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
On the other side. Oh, excuse me, before that, do you have a, Dr. Milichewski?
I just want to add one thing to the budget conversation, the previous conversation. Phil, I really appreciate your question. I asked the same thing, and I wanted to go back and dig it up from about a year ago on the same question. Tom, I appreciate your breakdown of that. There's, to be transparent, there's also three, in addition to the eligible cost for price per square foot, there's three additional things that MSBA is not reimbursing. I just want to be transparent about those three. One, we're adding about an additional 1,000 square feet in the gymnasium. MSBA reimburses 6,000 square feet. Our gymnasium adding the additional 1,000 square feet in the bleachers, which is what we feel is necessary to meet the community need. I would argue a pretty small cost, but that additional 1,000 square foot is something that MSBA is not participating in. Two, anything that is non-classroom space for our RISE preschool program, which the biggest one of those being like director office or things like that as well. Being a piece. And then the third bucket, extended day storage and office, which totals 500 square feet as well. So in addition to what Tom, I think, described and broke down really well, those are the three spaces that are not eligible as well.
Now, over here.
My name is Denise Ayozo, Precinct 2. I'm also a Killam School employee for 25 years, and I endorse this project wholeheartedly, and I would also like to move the question.
You cannot do that after you've spoken.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, I tried.
Yes.
Laura Noonan, Precinct 4. I would like to ask that we please move the question. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion to end debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. Do I still have my counters from the other night? Mr. Sasso, Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Struble, and Mr. Pacino. Thank you. All those in favor of ending debate, please rise.
Thirty.
30.
36.
36.
42.
42.
47.
47. And those opposed to ending debate, please rise.
One.
1.
1.
1.
3.
3.
0.
0. The vote being 155 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The question has been moved, and we will go directly to the vote, which also requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion under Article 2, please rise.
$28.
28.
38.
38.
45.
45.
47.
47. And those opposed to the motion?
Zero.
0.
Zero.
0.
1.
1.
0.
0. The vote being 158 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative, the motion carries. All right, business under Article 3. Who is making the presentation? Oh, Mr. Doxer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting. I'd like to suggest that everybody very carefully stretch without harming a neighbor. Just get a little air here. So, thanks, folks. I'm Mark Doxer, town meeting member from Precinct 1. I'm a member of the Reading Center for Active Living Permanent Building Committee. I have been very engaged in this project for the last 6 years. I was a member of the Recal committee, and until this last election, I was also a member of the select board pushing for this activity. I'm really pleased to be able to share with you tonight what the Reading Center for Active Living is all about and what it looks like. I would like to thank, first of all of the community volunteers who've been actively engaged in this project, volunteers in Recalc, Council on Aging, a variety of other groups, town staff that has been the backbone of what we're doing here, Permanent Building Committee, architects, and project managers. Really appreciate it. Next slide, please. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to give a brief overview of the project, which I'll do in a moment, and then I really want to talk about why we need this facility. We'll talk about how it'll benefit the community, all of the public input and process that's been involved taking it forward, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about the nitty-gritty, the operations, how it's going to move forward. We'll talk about project cost. I'll be assisted by a number of other people to help in those activities as well. And then one of the questions that I think is very important here also is that with a new Reading Center for Active Living, what will happen to the Pleasant Street Center? Next slide, please. So actually, before we do that, I'd like to share with you a brief video that we put together that'll give you an idea of what this building will be, what it'll look like.
Have you heard about the new Reading Center for Active Living, or Recal? It's a new community asset which is meant to create a center of activity and connection for our residents. The proposed site is adjacent to the Burbank Ice Arena on Simon's Way. Recal is built around its program rooms, thoughtfully crafted to meet the diverse needs of our 60-plus community with dedicated senior hub space, while providing new recreation space and areas dedicated to veterans services. The building opens into a spacious and inviting lobby with information and resources available about programming. It will offer versatile spaces for classes, workshops, and group activities from educational seminars to yoga, all of which will support our 60-plus population for programming, including a lounge and cafe, both perfect for relaxation or impromptu gathering with friends, and an adjacent patio, expanding space into the outdoors. A maker space equipped with tools and materials for crafting, sewing, robotics, and other hands-on projects. A billiards room on the second floor with an adjacent roof deck overlooking the conservation land. A game room and card room for friendly competition and camaraderie. There are multi-use rooms for larger gatherings and events, enabling multi-generational activities, and so much more. A full kitchen, not just for preparing meals, but a center for cooking classes and shared experiences. And finally, the gymnasium and walking track that loops above, supporting the senior community's desire for athletic programming, as well as space for people of all ages and community organizations. The new Recal will replace the current Pleasant Street Center, while also adding new facilities for the whole community, including recreation and veterans services, all of which will support new programming and provide an incredible new asset to the entire community, offering something for everyone.
Had to wait for the music to end, sorry. So just a very brief history. I know that when we were here in November, we gave you an update as to kind of where things were, how we looked at different sites. But I thought it'd be worthwhile just to spend a couple of minutes going through that again. So the activities here go back a good 10 plus years, where it was identified back in 2015 that we weren't taking care of the senior community sufficiently in this community. We had a whole series of studies that were done by outside experts that take us forward. Let's fast forward to 2022. The Select Board decided to form a committee called Recal, the Reading Center for Active Living Committee, that would research what was going on here, that would benchmark other communities, take a look at what best practices are, and to help us make some decisions on what would be the best way to serve the age 60-plus community here in the town of Reading. 2023, all of these things came forward to the Select Board, kind of kept everybody in the loop. We'll talk a little bit more about community engagement in a few minutes. We hired an architectural firm. One of the things that we were able to do with some of the ARPA money was to dedicate some of those funds to this work, to the benchmarking of activities, to the hiring of an architectural firm, to do a lot of the background work that would be required to take the project forward. We take that forward to 2024, and as I'll show you in a moment, we did some work on site selection. In fact, let's go to that next slide if we could, and then we can come back. We went through quite a process. We looked at all of the available space in town. We actually went out and we did an RFP to commercial property owners in town to see what might be available. Some of you may remember that we thought we might have had an opportunity with the building formerly known as Walgreens downtown, currently as the Dollar Store. We thought that might be a great opportunity. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring that to fruition. So we looked at areas that were downtown, we looked at areas that were beyond that, we looked basically at any area that could handle what we were looking to do. We narrowed it down to 3 sites. Pleasant Street, the current location where we'd expand, Oakland Road across from the PAC over here, and Simon's Way. Assessments were done, and I'm not asking you to take a look at the little matrix off on the right-hand side here in detail, other than to see very in-depth reviews were done by a series of different groups to understand what the opportunities were, what the trade-offs would be, and what would be the best site for us to use. So assessments were done by the Center for Active Living Committee, the Council on Aging, the Permanent Building Committee, and even the architectural firm that we worked with. All of the groups unanimously selected Simon's Way as the best one to work with. All the details of this, all these activities are available on the town website as well, if you want to take a look at what they are. Let's go back one, please, just for a sec. So just to finish off, so you can see in 2024, Recalc and the Council on Aging support Simon's Way. The Select Board also follows suit on that. And now we've done schematic drawings, we've done costing, and here we are at town meeting and then community vote. Let's go 2 slides, please. So why do we need the Recal facility? The essence of it is, and going back those 10 years, we cannot support the needs of our current age 60 plus community. And as it continues to grow, and as I'll show you in a moment, it's growing very quickly, it's getting worse and worse. Here are some examples of the things that we're not able to do today because of some of the things that are missing. I want to share with you kind of from a user perspective for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Joe Huggins, if I can find Joe. Right here, sorry, Joe. I'll ask Joe to talk a little bit about kind of from the facility side. But from a user point of view, we're not really able to use the kitchen for other than serving things. We have one main room for activities, and that room can be used, programmed for one thing, and then we got to wait, clean it up, and then set it up for another thing. The net effect is we can't offer all the programs we'd like to because we just don't have the space to do it. You can take a look at where some of the offices are, and I say offices, they're actually in hallways for the most part. There is no privacy available for the meetings that take place, some of which are very private. Registration in the far right takes place in the stairwell. The nurse and case worker offices, no privacy available in those locations. The billiards room toward the right. If you take a look at the pool cues, you'll notice that if you have to make a shot that's close to that side, good luck. The computer room is in the basement in an area that unfortunately has some other issues going on. So from a user point of view, the current space does not meet our needs. Joe, can I ask you to talk just for a moment?
Thank you. Joe Huggins, Director of Facilities. So the Pleasant Street Center was built in, I believe, 1880, and it was renovated in 1993. It's been used as a police station, a fire station, and at one point the town hall. The building does have some issues. A lot of the systems in the building are at the end of their useful life, the HVAC systems. To be clear, there is water infiltration issues in the basement. ADA is challenging over there with the approaches to the building from the back parking lot and the main entrance over there also. So it's, programmatically, it just does not work well for the Pleasant Street Center because of the space constraints within the building. And there's no usable bathrooms on the first floor. You have to go to the basement also.
Didn't have a picture of the missing bathroom. Sorry about that. So what I'm trying to get across really is that the Center for Active Living is a need that's supported by more than 10 years of work exploring this and understanding the different things that are going on. The age 60 plus population nationally is growing, but here in Reading, it's actually had a very large increase. In 2010, it was 20% of our population. By 2020, it was 26%. Almost 29% last year, expected to grow to at least 30% by 2030. 30% of our population is age 60 plus. If we're going to reach more of those folks, and that certainly is our goal, we need more accessible and inclusive space to take care of varied interests and different physical capacities. One of the things we talked about was handicapped accessibility. In a smaller space that was not designed for this kind of activity, it's very difficult. We have wait lists. We have program limitations. We have no private spaces. None of them allow us to do what we need to do to take care of the community. Next slide. Within that age 60 plus population, that's actually 40 plus years. We have residents that are more than 40 years past that age 60, which is wonderful. But the net is we can't reach that whole population. There's not enough social space, flexibility, recreational space that cater to the needs and interests and abilities that we have. That age 60 to 69 group, that's 46% of our 60 plus community. Let me go back just one. This is called a Center for Active Living, a CAL, as I'm kind of referring to it here. This is an idea that came up that appreciated, number one, that people have needs beyond just sitting and having social activities. They have physical needs, and they have a whole variety of different activities. One of the things that's very important here, sorry, on the next one, yep, that one. What happens when these communities build a CAL is that age 60 plus group has huge increases in coming to the center. That's where a big part of the bump happens. That group 60 to 69. That's where a lot of the folks come in because of more active spaces and more inclusive design. So how will this benefit the community? Basically, while being focused on the age 60 plus, the Reading Center for Active Living has something for everyone, as you can see in these pictures. Activities that are physical, that are social, that meet the needs of our community as it is today. It has intergenerational programs and activities, and this allows us to take care of all of those different needs for age 60 plus first, and then for the entire community. We did a survey back in 2022, and one of the things we asked is, would you prefer a senior-only center? Would you prefer a center that had was a community center with designated space for age 60 plus? You can see the results here in that light blue. That's the all-ages community center preference that was given by this group. The Surgeon General in 2023 published a study, and think about this kind of on the tail end of COVID and coming out of COVID, and talked about how important it is to have social connection within communities. And this talked about an epidemic of loneliness and isolation, and it talked about the costs of that, the costs in dollars and the cost to communities as well. They compared this lack of social connection to smoking 15 cigarettes a day, or to drinking 6 or more alcoholic drinks. It's a really serious thing. The solution that they talked about on the far right are the 6 pillars. And the number 1 pillar, strengthen social infrastructure in local communities, design the built environment to promote social connection. That's the story of Recal. Here's the picture of Recal to give you an idea of what it looks like. So if you remember, you think about the ice arena that's kind of in the center here, and if you looked above it in what you're seeing, those are the existing athletic fields. This is creating an entire community resource area. You've got fields, you've got an ice arena. On the bottom left, you've got the Center for Active Living. To the right of that is parking, and to the right of that are the proposed pickleball courts. The net is that this becomes a just wonderful community resource area. One other thing I want to highlight, if you look to the right, you see it says wilderness walkway proposed, kind of in the brown color going around that path. What we can do in this area that's conservation land is have a wonderful walkway there, outdoors. And the Conservation Commission, Trails Committee, and other groups took a look at this and decided that they thought that they could handle much of the work in taking care of that and creating that walkway. Next slide. One of the things that was mentioned in the video, and I want to really kind of highlight here, is that this center would become a hub for a lot of things. Number one, a senior hub, but also a hub for the different activities that go on in elder and human services, in veteran services, and in recreation. All three would physically be housed in this location and able to leverage all the activities that they do for the community. So here we have Chris Kovalevsky is here from Elder and Human Services. We have Will Valliere over here from Veteran Services. We have Jim Sullivan from Recreation, all of whom have been involved in these discussions and activities. And I think if you ask them, they will give you their thumbs up in terms of what we're working on here. So there's something for everyone. Age 60 plus, that's where we started. That's the focus. A senior hub space, lounge, cafe area, card game room, program room, fitness on the first floor, and then priority programming for the other areas in the building throughout the day. For age 18 plus, we'll be able to do organized enrichments and sports programming right in that facility. This also extends to middle school and high school with organized activities taking place at different times of day. We'll show you a little bit more about programming in a moment. All the way down to infants and toddlers, where there can be parent, grandparent, guardian and me programming. So if you think about what this means for all members of this community, access to a walking track and fitness equipment, and in parentheses, relevant age and supervisory policies, of course. Drop-in times for gym use, again, supervised. Recreational enrichment programs for all ages. Now you've got access to public health and social services for all who need them. There'll be an opportunity to rent space for birthday parties, baby showers, wedding receptions, banquets, whatever the activities we're looking for. A place for town community events. I was talking with Will about, as he's planning some of his activities, he counts on the weather, and if the weather doesn't cooperate, we're in a tough spot. This would be a great place to do that. Two other benefits that come from this. Number one, this would be an emergency shelter for the town. It has the requirements in terms of shower facilities, a kitchen, an emergency generator. And last but not least, a potential voting location for the town going forward. I'm going to turn this over to Jane Wellman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, I'm Jane Wellman. I serve as the Assistant Town Manager. It has been my pleasure to work closely on both of these project teams over the past 2 years. Right now, I want to talk briefly about how the design for the Reading Center for Active Living has been shaped by public input. Thank you. We created a robust engagement program to solicit public input into identifying the needs that we have to serve our 60-plus residents, but also to meet the needs of residents that regularly utilize our veterans and our recreation programming. We've held more than 60 public meetings during our study and design phases. We've held 12 additional design and input meetings with town departments and the community and community organizations. We've done more than 15 visits to other senior centers and Cal-type centers in the area. Mr. Doxer previously mentioned the survey. We have 3 working groups continually working on this project that work on communications, stakeholder, which really works on the design of the project, and sustainability that works on our energy and our efficiency. And then we've also had 12 public forums over this period of time. We've been before the Council on Aging, the Select Board, Recal, Permanent Building Committee, Finance Committee, Conservation and Recreation. And let's see, you can go to the next slide, please. We have utilized every channel available to us to inform the community about the project, from press releases, our website, social media, flyers. We even have a suggestion box for people to give us their ideas if they don't want to talk to us, or that's a very convenient way for them. Thank you. Next slide, please. These are recent similar projects in the community, in the Commonwealth, that are either recently completed or under construction. What's interesting to note here is that when we talk about Cal-type projects that are shaped by our public engagement, we are also talking about how this building for Reading is what we call right-sized, or what I call right-sized. It is informed by our public, but when we look, we are a 24,000 population, and our building is 28,000 square feet, roughly. When we look at other communities, they are sometimes smaller with bigger square footage. Sudbury, for instance. When you look at Pembroke, it's also 18,000 population with a 33,000 square foot building. The one that's closest is the Sandwich project. And they have noticed over a 300% increase in population, just the 60-plus population that come to that building, which is really quite remarkable. Previously, they served 1,400 seniors in their previous senior center, and now they're serving over 5,700. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move just briefly. I'm going to present a little bit on how Recal will operate, and then I'll turn it over to Jenna Wood. We've talked a little bit about operating costs, and we are very engaged in understanding both the costs of this building and the revenue opportunities that might be before us. Part of the design of the building and the fact that we have multi-purpose space with the gym and the large multi-purpose rooms, it gives us revenue opportunity that you wouldn't really see in a smaller space. When we're looking at projected expenses, we anticipate that we will require additional custodial support. So we're looking at probably 2 custodians and a maintenance tech. We do currently have nighttime cleaning for our contract. We anticipate that will increase because there's more square footage. Utilities will increase. This will be an all-electric building, and it's a much bigger building. And we'll have some increases in contractual services that we use, elevator services, fire sprinkler services, et cetera. We also anticipate we'll be having additional part-time staff to work the desk because we'll have extended hours, and we'll need a program supervisor, and we're hoping to have a therapeutic rec coordinator as well. We've heard that demand from the community. Some of those costs that are related to the public services side, we believe will be paid out of, they'll be covered by our recreation and our elder services revolving funds, as those are supported by the program. Projected revenue sources that we're looking at are community rentals. We will see lease payments from the leasing of the Pleasant Street Center if we go with a lease versus a sale. We'll have non-resident fees for non-residents to come to our programs. Of course, we always look at grant funds. Reading employees are very good at searching out grant funds. We do have trust fund support that is at the control of the Council on Aging. And then we have a tremendously robust volunteer support and a property tax worker program. We have created, our staff has created a volunteer program of more than 70 volunteers that are helping out at our senior center now. And that is just tremendous. So these are what we're looking at. We have hired an outside consultant to help us quantify these costs and understand these. And we'll continue to work toward understanding our operating costs and revenue opportunities. Jenna?
Thank you. Is everyone still awake? Okay. All right, great. I'm Jenna Wood. I'm the Community Services Director here for the town of Reading. I've been here for about 13 years, and I'm so proud of all of the hard work that the team and the consultants and the architects, Recal, the help of all of the neighboring communities that have been so tremendous with giving me all of their information and all of their insights. This has been an extremely eye-opening experience for me as well, being along with the project with the Recal team, and I know a lot of the members are out here in the audience, so going to see these, mostly the senior centers that currently exist in our communities, our local communities. And for so long, seniors have been put in the corner. Give the seniors the old buildings, give the seniors the old schools, you know, scale these buildings down. And it's kind of disheartening to go and see all of these places. And thankfully, it took the pandemic to realize that this population was so vulnerable and realize the needs of this population. It did take the pandemic to really spearhead that. And thankfully, this community has done a tremendous job with giving ARPA funds to our 60-plus community, and as well as other communities are now building the centers that are needed for this population. So I really believe strongly that this is the right project for the town as a sustainable project with all of these teams working together to support each other financially and operationally. I'm very confident that this is the best building for this town based on all of the research that we've done over the past 4 years, and before me, 10 years. So I just wanted to start off by saying that, and then just go into a little bit about how collectively as a group we do serve a lot of the 60-plus population. A lot of people say, oh, recreation, they're just for kids. Elder and Human Services, they only serve the 60-plus. Veterans, predominantly we think of Vietnam veterans, but you know, we have younger veterans in our community that do not engage with our Veteran Services Officer. So Will sees 400 veterans in a year right now, and 50% of those are 60-plus veterans, and the rest are younger members of our community. Recreation serves over 6,500 families in a year. 300 of those participants are 60-plus. Elder and Human Services serves over 2,000 unduplicated residents in a year. And some of those are residents who are under 60-plus that have disabilities, or just reach out for elder parents and resources. They provide so many vital elements in our community. It's not just programming that they provide. They provide Lifeline, they provide medical transportation, they provide the Knox Box program, blood pressure clinics, health screenings, just so many vital, crucial elements in our elder and human services community, and all of our teams serve the whole population. So putting us together in one building is just going to be so great for the future of this town. So without further ado, I'll jump into the programming elements. We heard that the community wanted to hear more about the operational programs of the building. I gave you kind of a little background of what we already do, and currently we're doing it with no recreational space indoors. We can't get into the schools until after 6 p.m. in a majority of our elementary schools to run any type of programming for our elder population or our adult population. And currently at the Pleasant Street Center, we only have 5 program rooms. And out of those 5 program rooms, we really strongly utilize one, which is our multi-purpose room, which can only fit 60 people. And in the other rooms, they only have capacity of 4 to 15 people, and that depends on what you're doing. So if you're in the billiards room in the basement, you have the pool sticks hitting the wall, and you can only have 4 people in that room. If you are playing bridge upstairs, you could probably fit 8 people on 2 tables. So just to give you an idea of the limitations that are actually in this building. And we don't really have a lot of outdoor space. We have a small patio that folks barely ever use, and that's just not serving our community the way that it needs to. So our current hours are Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4, and Friday, 8:30 to 12, and it's a total weekly amount of 33 hours and 33 and a half hours. And if you go to Recal, you'll see that we're increasing our number of programming rooms to serve this community and the wider community to 10 program rooms. We're creating a senior hub space. Our multi-purpose room will double to 120, and the room can be divided. We have expanded rooms that exist at the center, but obviously cannot even accommodate a small amount of people. So we are making a billiards room that instead of 1 pool table, it has 2 pool tables. Our maker space, which I would consider to be our computer lounge right now, our computer lounge has 6 computers in it, and our maker space is about 500 square feet, which isn't a huge room. That could be utilized for 3D printing, woodworking, and all of these programs that we currently can't offer at the center that are very popular in other centers. Another thing that is really crucial to this population is the arts community and the arts and crafts program that we currently have. We can only run art 1 day a week at the Pleasant Street Center, and it runs for 3 hours or 2? 2.5, close. And so having this arts and crafts room will allow them to come in and participate every single day in programming. We'll have a designated fitness room in the gymnasium and the walking track and the group exercise room. The gymnasium and the walking track, again, our 60-plus community. In other communities, other Cal centers, other communities that we've spoken to, that we ask what they would want in their community, they say a gymnasium and a walking track. The way people are aging is changing. The world is changing. These dynamic centers are what's needed for the 60-plus population, and Mark gave that statistic that 60 to 7-year-olds make up 46% of the population, and we want to reach more younger elders so that when they're aging, they're 60 and they're aging, they know where to get their resources, and they feel comfortable coming to us, and we're a safe place for them. And that's what a lot of these Cal centers are also seeing. The gymnasium and the walking track, too, they cite it as being the epicenter of community engagement for all ages. And I have so many testimonials here that I can read offhand. I know on the Zoom I was getting a lot of questions, and I was like, well, I'm going to bring all the testimonials, and I can read all of the stories about the connection of the gymnasium and the walking track and how powerful those spaces are. The Recal hours, they'll be expanded Monday through Friday, and we'll have weekend hours. And we have had numerous conversations with the Council on Aging about how they want nighttime programming for this population, and specific to the 60-plus, and on the weekends. And Cal will be able to offer this. So Next slide, please. So this is just a quick graph of how many programs that we currently run at just the Pleasant Street Center for our 60-plus population. We average 37 weekly programs in a week, and the graph on the right will show you the potential programs that we can offer at the new center. And this is our Shine Counseling running in the morning that we'll also have in the evening. This is Zumba that we can have in the morning and in the evenings. So there's a variety of different programs. This is adult programming that we can bring into the building in the evening for that population. And this is after school programming and middle school programming. So it's very diverse. So we'll be able to offer more programs by removing the space constraints and expanding these hours. The 60-plus programs will be more than doubled, and we'll be able to increase all ages programming by 20 programs a week. And there's new opportunities for supervised drop-in programs too. So a lot of these other centers cite that a lot of folks will just come in during those open gym times and get over 3,000 check-ins in a year. That's what they average for people who are just coming in to shoot hoops or go on the walking track and just be engaged in their community and meet some new people and hang out with their friends. And then lastly, one thing we also heard in the public forum is the concern on transportation. And if we build this new center, how are people going to get here? Right now, most of our 60-plus population does drive to the center, and we don't have that problem currently. So we do have our 2 vans. We only utilize one right now day to day, but we do have our other van on call, and we take that to special events when we do our special trips. And Rec also has 1 van that we can provide to the community as well. And we have ATS, which is our medical transportation program. So a future model that we have explored, we've explored a couple models in different communities, but the GoGo program, which uses Uber and Lyft, has been a very popular model in Burlington and Newton. So there are grants available to pilot this program if Recal passes, and even if Recal didn't pass, it is something that we can explore in our community to see if there's an appetite for people that need to get around town with a disability or someone who's in the older population who may need to just get around town. So that wraps up my section, and I will hand it over to Sharon.
Ms. Engstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The project cost for the Recal project is $27.9 million, and that is inclusive of all project cost and contingency. That breaks down to $29.78 per 100,000 for a 15-year borrowing at 3%. Now, to be clear, that is with excluded debt. What happens every year is our levy goes up 2.5%, and then excluded debt is added on top. So just to be clear, this is on top of the 2.5%. Again, we mentioned the 3 projects that are falling off or have fallen off your tax bills already at $27.15 per 100,000 for Reading Memorial High School and Wood End, and the library at $16.31 per 100,000. So the average $890,000 home would see an addition of $265.04 or $22.08 per month. And if you subtract out if this was the only project, if you subtract out the excluded debt that has fallen away, it would actually be a negative impact of $121.76 for excluded debt. This slide tries to put everything together for you. We spoke of Killam at $80.50 per 100,000, and the Recal project at $29.78 per 100,000, and then the retiring of all the excluded debt, all falling off within last year and this year at $43.50 per 100,000. So the combined excluded debt impact is $66.80 per 100,000. So if you wanted to see how you could quickly calculate it, you could You know, if that is a $600,000 home, you would multiply the 66.8 by 6, and you would get $400 impact, net impact. Again, this is talking about the excluded debt falling off. It had been there on your bills for 20 years for the 2 projects, and then the library has been there for 10. So this gives you examples of how that would be impactful to your home depending on the value. Also, we give some estimates. If there was a 25% increase in 2026, the average taxpayer would see an increase of $134. I don't anticipate that to be the case because we're making this vote for these projects so late in the year. I would expect you wouldn't see any impact for either project until, say, fiscal 27, or if we had anything in fiscal 26, I'd say it'd probably be very small, probably an interest payment, no principal payment. So that is all I have for that. You're next. Matt's up next. Oh, I'm sorry. The tax impacts. This is the calculator that we have on the website. The tax calculator will look up your property value if you don't know it, or you can put it in and select the projects you want to find out what they're going to cost. It will give you the gross amount of what it will cost for your home, and then it will also show you what you've seen fall off your tax bill for the Wood End project, the high school project, and the library.
Mr. Cornelis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to thank the team, the volunteers, the staff that have worked on this project so far. It's a very important project for our town, and a lot of work has gone into it. One of the questions I get and a lot of people get is what's going to happen to the current Pleasant Street Center, and it's a good question. We have some quick facts about the Pleasant Street Center. There you see the finished area in square footage, just over 4,000 square feet. This is new news tonight. We just got an appraisal in this week. We did a commercial appraisal, and this was the amount that it came back at, $965,000. I thought that was maybe a little bit low. I thought it would be over $1 million, but this was a 50-page commercial appraisal. So that's the current state of the property and what it's worth right now if we were to sell it. If we were to rent it out, we figured we would get about $72,000 a year in net operating income for the building. Some other quick facts: it's located in a multifamily A40 zone, but in terms of the square footage, it falls short of the minimum lot requirement. So we don't really think that multifamily is going to be a good use of the building. And also, as many people know, it's on the historic registry, and that could be a hurdle for redevelopment as well. So we looked at some potential things to do with the Pleasant Street Center. We could sell the property, and you've now seen what it's worth. There's a potential to gift it to the Housing Authority, and we could get about 3+ affordable units there under that current scenario. We could keep it for town use, and there's a lot of town uses that we'll get into. Or we can lease it, and we can lease it to a for-profit or a nonprofit business to generate some income. So if you see the little blue circle down on the left, we talked about some uses that may be good for the Pleasant Street Center. For instance, it could be a coffee shop, it could be a grocery store, grocer. Food pantry is something. Restaurant is something we've heard a lot about as well. Could be a great spot for a restaurant. Arts and exhibit space is something we're lacking here in Reading, and members of the arts community have reached out about the building as well. And it could be training or an educational use. If we were to keep it, and that is a possibility, we always could find things to do with it. And we have a need for storage space. That's something we can do. We have a need for more meeting space. We don't have many meeting spaces available of that size, especially if that's no longer in our hands. Office space is something that's at a premium, especially in Town Hall. Some of that will be hopefully alleviated by the new recalc, where we can move veterans and other departments over, but office space will always be a need for us given our constraints. Storage, and we can use it again for an educational space as well. So we looked at, in terms of nonprofits, because people seem to be interested in that model, There are a couple places in the local area. One is the Inspire Cafe in Wakefield that's sponsored by the Boys and Girls Club. That's something that, a like use could work there at the Pleasant Street Center. There's also the Breaking Grounds Cafe right in Peabody, run by Northeast Arc, that is a great model to look at for some nonprofit uses. There's also for-profit uses, as I addressed earlier, a commercial restaurant and whatnot. And we looked around at repurposing examples from other communities, and two we found that were pretty interesting. One is the Center for the Arts in Natick. If you look at the building, it almost looks a little like the Pleasant Street Center. It's an old firehouse like our Pleasant Street Center, and it's a performance venue. They have screenings there, community events, education, and from what I hear, it's extremely popular. And the other is the Firehouse Center for the Arts in Newburyport. They call it the Firehouse because it was an old firehouse. I've been there personally several times. They have theater there, music, galleries, and educational uses in those type of buildings. So I think the bottom line is we do want to generate revenue from the Pleasant Street Center to offset the cost of the new recalc. There's plenty of ways to do that. And I hope I've outlined some things that pique people's interest. So if that were to happen, we would be either going to the select board or town meeting to either surplus the property and sell it, or enter into some sort of lease arrangement through some sort of public bidding process. And I think Mark has one more slide to wrap up.
Mr. Doxer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So just to kind of bring things to a kind of a summary here, and then Nancy Zimmelek is going to speak after me just for a moment. So here's where we are. The Pleasant Street Center cannot meet the needs that we have for today or going into the future. We propose that Recal is the solution, the right size, the right amenities for the 60-plus community, most importantly, but also the entire community. The key ingredients are social and physical support that meet all needs and abilities. The multi-purpose spaces, the gym, walking track, outdoor recreation spaces, all serve the entire community. Nancy, should I make final comments?
Ms. Zimmelek.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I've always wanted to say that. I actually had some comments written, and after listening to Jane and Jenna and Mark, and actually Emily, Emily spoke so enthusiastically about the school, and mine, I'm afraid, wasn't as enthusiastic. Not because I'm not enthusiastic for Recal, but it must have been I was 2 in the morning and I was tired and I just didn't get the enthusiasm in here. So this is going to be thrown away. What I do want to tell you, though, is there is a lot of excitement at the Pleasant Street Senior Center. People who go there now will speak about the senior center, what it's lacking, what they would like to see, and the fact that they're beginning to hear that a lot of things that they've been asking for the last 10 years might actually happen. They're very, very excited about that. And this whole concept of a senior hub is very important, and I'm very proud of Jane and Jenna. My colleague and I, Marilyn Shapley, spent a lot of time talking about the senior hub and the importance of community and people getting together to have conversations and exchanging ideas and sharing projects. That is one of the key aspects of a meeting place for seniors. The activity is important, but what's more important is the human contact. That's really the most important part of going to the senior center, which we're now calling the Active Living Center. And it doesn't really matter what name we call it, as long as it's a place where people can gather, make friends, begin to develop and contacts in other areas. So people are going out and trying new activities. That this is really important, and that's what the Senior Hub is all about. It's a place for that to happen. And oh, look it, there are some really fun activities to go along with it, and that's good. But one of the major causes of illness and ill health, surprisingly, is loneliness, being alone. As we get older, our networks get smaller. We don't have that same robust social interactions that we did when we were younger. So being able to go to some place where it's kind of like Cheers, you know, when Norm would walk into the bar. So, you know, Rosemary DiBenedetto walks into the senior center and, hi, Rosemary. Hi, Rosemary. What are you doing? So it's all about this social connection. And to be able to do it in a nice place that doesn't have water on the floor in the basement, doesn't have smells coming out of pipes. Very excited about that. In fact, the older population talk about, well, maybe I'll just try to maintain my health and be a little bit healthier so I can see this whole thing when it's built and be able to take part in it. So you've made this Recal, Mark started that in 2021. It's made a lot of people happy. And I guess that's the message I'd like to share, that there are a lot of happy people out there. And this is a facility that, yes, is going to serve the 60 plus, but it's also going to be open to a younger generation, whether it's the 30 and 40 somethings who use the walking track or the gym, or it's the elementary school children who might use the gym for after-school sports. To have that mix of age groups, I think is going to be really healthy for the town, and I think it's going to promote a lot of goodwill among friends, neighbors, people, and I wholeheartedly support this project. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. You all set? Okay. Finance Committee report, Mr. McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe McDonough, Finance Committee, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8. So the Finance Committee has been following, the evolution of the Living Center for a long time. I know personally myself and a couple others were involved with the Opera Committee, and I didn't really know, because I didn't have gray hair then, like what it really meant. The Pleasant Center, I had never been in it, quite frankly, and I think it really started to educate myself on some of the deficiencies. So as this project has evolved, we've sat through multiple presentations, discussions around, location, the need, programming, what's going to happen to the Pleasant Center. And we also looked at the financing options and where we sat in terms of, our excluded debt, and we felt really comfortable where we are, both by itself or if with Killam. So on April 2nd, the Finance Committee met and voted 5-0 in favor of recommending this project to town meeting, recommending the article. So, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. O'Neill.
I'll even put my glasses on, which I rarely do. John O'Neill, Precinct 6. I was chair of the Recal committee. We met over a 2-year period, got to visit other locations and sites. I also should say that for 40 years, my professional life was dedicated to providing services to older people so that they could live in the community, as well as people of all ages with disabilities. Next month, I'll turn 78, so I have a conflict there. I'm in that population. First of all, people should know that when it was adapted to be a senior center, the architect, because he actually made a presentation at the library at one point during the 2-year period. He said he told the town at that point it wasn't suitable. It wasn't a functional building for a senior center. Okay. So here we are, have the oldest building in town. It was adapted, sure, in '93, but it wasn't suitable even then. We have the fact that there's a fairness issue. Many people are in the same circumstances as my wife and I are. Our 4 kids all graduated from Reading Memorial High School here. We've stayed, we pay our taxes, glad to do so. I voted for all the overrides for the schools, even once my kids were gone. Knowing that over 2/3 of my taxes are going to provide support for the schools that I no longer will benefit from, but do help the attraction to the town, which does help our overall tax valuation, but only if you're going to sell. It doesn't benefit you at all if you want to stay. So there's also the fact that we live in a society that being older, unlike many other cultures, is not viewed positively. We're into age denial. We're society of the youth. So even the fact of having a center that's not just for older people, that you go to when you're not elderly, so that when you do get older, you go because it's a place that has things that you want to do. That would be a major, boost to be able to really bring the community, different populations together. And as far as, we talked about, there's more is done for the overall health of an individual, of older people in particular. All the studies show that 70% is based on lifestyle choices, primarily like diet and exercise, not medications. They come in next, and certainly not hospitals. But 70% of the well-being is going to be attributed to things that people can, take charge of their own lives. And here we're going to, hopefully, we will provide that opportunity. And the whole issue of, and I saw it during my, career, I had to meet at the State House every year with dozens of legislators, with people, officials from the administration, and I can tell you, it didn't make any difference which party. It still doesn't make any difference which party. Elders were not a priority. They talk all the time about elders vote, but legislators, the way it works up at the State House, you get to have 2 or 3 priorities when you meet one-on-one with the leadership. And I can count out of the 200 members, I could never count more than 5 on my hand, that elders would be one of the 3. I would hope to think, and I would hope that in this community, we're going to show that we value our elders enough to not have them in the building that was outdated and not functional for them from the beginning, that limits what they can do, and is this how we value them? That this is the best we can do. And I know people always talk about, I've already heard, you hear the rumblings, yeah, I'm for Killam, but I don't know about the Recal. There's even some tepid support from some select board members. I was very disappointed to hear that. So I would hope that this body would at least, at very least, if you don't even care about it, would vote to at least let the overall community decide. Thank you.
Over to this side.
Hi, John Sullivan, Precinct 5, and active user of the Pleasant Street Center. Very much in favor of recalc, but I would ask the group to give a little fleshing out of how a community an active center for the community opposed to a senior center, how that operationally works, how the gym, are there high school kids are running around knocking me down, knocking little kids down, what's going to happen? How does this all operationally fit? And is there, you talk about a senior hub, is that basically segregated, a portion of it for seniors who can then use the other sections with the community? Or is it all one free-flowing? Okay, whatever you can help us with, that would be great. Thank you.
Who we got? Okay. Ms. Wood?
Sure. So we actually are creating a policy with our operations consultant, and we are bringing it to the Permanent Building Committee, the Council on Aging, the Recreation Committee. If this were to pass, we come up with that policy that prioritizes programming, the programming opportunities for the 60-plus population, and identifies all of those senior hub spaces indefinitely. So, and that way we all come to this agreement together, and it's not done in a vacuum. And it's something that we've been talking about for the past 6 months, and we've had very interesting and passionate conversations, right, Marilyn? Back there, she's back there too, I see her. And these are great conversations to have, but operationally what we've learned from the other Cal centers is that they do operate very organically in nature, and that the 60-plus population, the majority of their programs do happen during the day, with some at night, of course, and other offerings at night. But in the afternoons and in the evenings, that's when more adult-specific programs go on. And they notice that a lot of the adult-specific programs for the 18-plus, so to speak, you'll notice that a lot of the senior population does not mind being in classes with a younger person who's in their 30s or 40s. And we see that in Rec a lot, too. We have that with pickleball and Zumba and Pilates. We have varying ages in these adult classes, and that's how the other Cal centers work. And there's a lot more positive stories that I've heard than negative. I think the most negative story that I've heard from the community center or the Cal Center platform is that someone was dribbling a basketball down the hallway and someone was annoyed by it. So that's the only thing that I've heard operationally that has been an issue, and for the most part, everyone coexists quite nicely, and the opposite happens, that everyone wants to do more intergenerational things. Sandwich had a great testimonial in here. It's on our website as well under the FAQ section, and just talks about how a group of seniors met a group of teenagers in the gym one day, and now they're hosting a whole entire cornhole tournament soon, and it's the seniors versus the high schoolers. Like, that's amazing. So that's a little gist of it, but we are gonna fine tune the operations plan and come up with that policy so that if I'm not here, or Chris isn't here, or Jim's not here, or Will's not here, that the 60 plus are always gonna be a priority in this space, but certainly there'll be a large amount of opportunities for other people in this space too throughout the day, in the evenings, and on the weekends.
All right. Mr. Sasso, once the microphone is back. There we go. Mr. Sasso?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. I was also involved in the Recal committee, and I'll be 60 next year, so maybe it'll be something I'll deal with. So I guess I want to ask a couple questions, and I want to kind of get to a conclusion. But just first of all, I just want to make sure that it's clear. So PBC will still be involved in Recal in the similar way that was explained regarding Killam, correct?
Absolutely. We'll be involved
In the same capacity as we discussed at Killam, I think you asked earlier about our involvement, reviewing change orders. Currently, we have 3 working groups, which are subsets of the Recal Building Committee that work on sustainability, the design, and communications. So we're pretty deeply involved. When we went through schematic design, the building committee went through and commented. I think we had 300 to 400 comments on the design as it went through. So we're fully engaged in the project and will remain so.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, this project has a escalation / contingency somewhere on the order of like $4.5 million or something to that effect. Yeah. And then does the commitment was on an earlier slide that in the event there are cost overruns, that the intent is not to come back to this body or the town for more money?
Mr. Tompkins.
Yeah, yes. Again, everything that I said at the very beginning applied to both projects, both Killam and Recal. Same thing. We're confident in the budget. We went through the exact same process, 2 estimates, an independent estimator from the architect side, one from the OPM, come up with different numbers. They reconcile them, and we're confident in the budget we have. We're confident in the contingencies we're carrying. We're heading into what could be a fairly volatile time, and we're committed to, as I say, rescope and value engineer the project to keep it on budget.
Okay. So, again, bear with me. I'm trying to get through a number of different thoughts I have here. So, I mean, Killam and Recal, in my perspective, absent a master plan, have been our top 2 priorities in this community. And given the support from Select Board, Fincom, and other volunteers and the staff, I certainly want to see these come to fruition. Is Recal the way it is a perfect project? No, sorry, it's not. Many may have seen information that has come out about different parts of this project and how it developed. In fact, before I came to town meeting tonight, I was a few minutes late because I was fast forwarding through my August 20th, 2024 presentation to the Select Board on Recal, trying to remind myself exactly what I said. And the 3 things that pulled out from me was, number 1, how do we actually fund it? We talked about, yes, we have a preference for a gym, but the community is going to have to decide its priorities. And I want to come back down on that the priorities, this is a priority. I'll echo a lot of what Mr. O'Neill had said. This is something that the community has been looking for and needing. Those may know also that I've also advocated for various motions over the past few years to investigate and fund our elder services group more. This is going to require some additional commitment on that, no question about it. I did want to mention a few other things that didn't, one thing that wasn't brought up as part of this, not specifically related to the town activity, but there now is a Friends of Reading Seniors group, and they've actually been raising money and funds. Now, exactly how those could be used to support various aspects of Recal. Other communities have looked at those groups to help fund FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And I know a number of the folks on that committee are really active and want to see this come to fruition. And I know that's part of their mission, is to be able to have some funding to support this. I did actually see, Jenna, thank you for reminding us that there was a real push for some evening programs for some of the seniors. Obviously, it gives us opportunities for other communities and other people in town. Let's see, what else? Oh, bear with me, I'm sorry. Okay, so I have actually spent a fair amount of time in the last few weeks trying to communicate with some of my neighbors and constituents to try to get a feeling, where are people on this? And I've heard a lot of the same things that other people have heard. It's costing too much, it's too big. You know, I even called out, why are we putting all these office spaces in there? Do we really need a gym? Again, I want to remind us again, it is not a perfect project, but I think it's really an important priority for the community. I think it's important for this body to send a message to the community that we actually support it. And to do that, I think we want to show with our votes tonight that this is a priority. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. It is a priority, but I think the community needs to look long and hard at its other spend. I mean, obviously, folks may have heard me the other night. We really need to look at this and figure out how we can mitigate the cost of adding these debt exclusions and what we can do. And there are some other ideas that hopefully I'll get a chance to talk about at the end of town meeting. But I really think it's important for this body to send a message to the community that we support it and that we feel this is an important priority. Thank you.
Now, over to this side.
Rick Schaefer, 5. I've got 2 questions. First one is, the estimates that you've done for the cost of the projects, have they been done in the last 100 days? So I'm looking at considering the current environment where we really don't know whether it's going to get more expensive, less expensive, what's going to happen next week or the week after.
Mr.
The
Tompkins.
tariffs, yeah.
So the estimates were done, I believe, in January or February. The tariffs kind of started in early February, but so definitely the estimates were done before some of the recent, activity related to tariffs. I've said before, no one can predict the future. We believe it's an appropriate cost with appropriate contingencies. And again, for every market action, there's a reaction. And if some things hit us hard, the economy hard, there could be offsetting measures that actually help these projects. No one's rooting for a recession, but the best time to do any of these projects is in a recession. If interest rates stay high, we'll have more competition on the public construction side. But again, the key is that as we go through the process, that we're constantly looking at things. And this is a shorter design. This is probably a 6-month design, and we'll be doing the same, similar to the other project. We'll be doing an estimate at the end of design development, and then another estimate at the end of construction documents. We'll have 2 more cracks at doing an estimate, evaluating the market conditions, and reevaluating and rescoping and value engineering the project if needed.
But again, we're going to be holding the costs no matter what.
We intend to hold the cost. We do not intend to come back for more money.
And my other question is, having lived in Reading for now about 35 years and seeing the downtown area get a little bit better, take a step back, get a little bit better, but basically it's not a vibrant downtown. Has there been an economic assessment done comparing locations for putting the senior center, the Cal Center, downtown, which I know was an early preference, as opposed to where it's going to the proposed place at Simons? Because I think, and I've seen the town lose opportunities in the past to put soccer fields certain places and to have other things connected with other projects. I think we would greatly benefit from having people downtown, bringing seniors downtown, having a great facility downtown, because I think we do need a facility like this in Reading. But has there been any economic work, assessments done before the decisions were made?
Mr. Doxer.
Thanks, Rick. So what we did assess was what were the trade-offs for different kinds of things at each location. We looked downtown. We would love to do it downtown. There isn't a space to do it downtown. That's what the essence of it is. It just wasn't there. The Walgreens was potentially an interesting opportunity. We couldn't bring that one to fruition. The Pleasant Street Center, we looked at a full build-out of the Pleasant Street Center, right where it is now, and expanding it. And that, number one, came in at similar costs, and number two, didn't frankly have as many amenities as would otherwise happen. So the assessment of the group, I don't think an economic assessment was exactly what we did. I would say no, we didn't do an economic assessment that way. But we looked at what was the best opportunity for the community, what was the best location to accomplish what we were looking for. Jenna mentioned that most folks right now drive to the center at Pleasant Street. So the issue of people walking or that doesn't turn out to be the case today. So Simon's Way turned out to be strongly better than the others on so many factors that that was the highest ranked project.
All right, thank you.
Yes, on the other side.
Alicia Williams, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alicia Williams, Precinct 8. My thoughts are a little disjointed, so I apologize. I was trying to type while people were talking. This project has what my husband loves to refer to as scope creep when I want to put something in my house and then the project gets a little bigger. And I feel like this project definitely has some scope creep. It was handed to the designer, and here we are. I've asked my friends and my neighbors, and I've told them I'm a town meeting member, and I wanted their opinions, and I didn't get a single yes from anybody I talked to, and I talked to a lot of people. No one emailed me or called me as a town meeting member, but I did hear the pickleball people. Thank you for your notes. And unfortunately, as Nancy said, this is not a senior center. We're calling it a Recal to get it to pass, which is what you all want, but it is not a senior center. Mr. Sullivan brought up some of my concerns with the kids and the seniors coexisting. Who will police those policies that you've put in place? One of the biggest questions that I have is what are the support service costs, the staffing, the cleaning, the teachers, the supplies, the furniture? I haven't seen those, and I can't in good conscience vote yes for this without knowing those numbers, because as I was reminded, the DEI position at the library was given to us at $79,000, and I hope somebody on Fincom can correct me what that salary is now, but that has had scope creep. So I am, as a town meeting member, very nervous to vote for anything that doesn't have concrete numbers for me to go back and say, but you said it cost X. And as a town meeting member, we should be cognizant of the finances. This is also a place that I would not go to. I will go to the library, I will walk our current outdoor track, and I am not far from being what you would say a senior. We all know the word snowbird, and I have a lot of friends in town who are of senior age, and they all go to Florida. I also have a question about where we got the percentages in the population and the ages of X years. You said that somewhere I saw a number that said, 50% of the population is going to be over X. I don't know if anyone has that handy, but I'd really like to know where those numbers came from. And also, somebody pointed out to me that the Recal Center is going to be near the gun range, and it's going to be, open for veterans. And I don't know about any of you, but I question PTSD being near a gun range. Just food for thought. This project is great in thought, but it is driving full speed the override bus, and it's coming at us strong. Thank you.
Ms. Wood?
Thank you. I'm not used to that, being introduced every time. Thank you. So let me just address the scope creep. I don't know when you were referencing the scope creep, but this scale of project has been very transparent since the start of the feasibility study over a year and 3 months ago. So there's been plenty of opportunity for people to come forward in that time and express these concerns. And I know I did receive some comments from you in an email, and we've been engaged in that conversation, and I understand your comments, but this has been a very transparent process, and you either see the benefit or you don't, I suppose, but this has been years of research and input from the Council on Aging and numerous boards and consultants, and we've really been diving into this since the feasibility study. And even I heard, oh, why do we need all these offices? Well, I oversee all these divisions, so if there was just a senior center only, I would be in there, and then my executive assistant would need to be in there too. So, because she runs all of the bills and the payroll and does all the invoicing. So right now we shuffle back and forth. So we would need spaces there to go back and forth and do those types of things. So really the only office spaces that are being put in there are the 3 recreation offices. Well, the 2 recreation offices for the rec coordinator and the rec administrator and Will Valier. So really there's only the 3 people that we're adding to the space. If it were just a senior center only, I would have a space, and my executive assistant would need a space in that building. So I just wanted to clarify that, and they've always been in the plan. And then I know there's various other questions in that comment, and the census data, where do we get our percentages? So our percentages, I always clarify with our town clerk's office. And so I get updated numbers every 3 to 4 months. I think I even emailed her a month and a half ago, and I was like, hey, can you give me updated numbers? So I have them for the next meeting. And then there's some other statistics that have been in presentations that came straight from the UMass Gerontology study. So I would also consider those to be very accurate numbers. And then
Ms. Wellen?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for the question. This is the second time someone brought up supervision. There's a concern about supervision, or there's this sense that there may be a little bit of chaos happening with kids running around at the same time. So that's not the case. The senior hub is the senior hub. That's where our seniors will be, our 60-plus activities. If you're looking at the elevation of the building, do we have an elevation on one of these slides? There's a side of the building that's the multi-purpose room and the gym, and the other side of the building is where the lounge is, the fitness room is, all of those spaces. And right, there we go. So, doggies. This side over here is where all of those program rooms that you'll see in the senior hub is. The whole building is for 60 plus. It's not limited. It's not just this area 60 plus, and then, you know, it's anything goes over here. The whole building is prioritized for our 60 plus community. But our 60 plus community isn't going to always be exclusively using it for the duration of our opening hours and for the duration of the week, and we understand that. So there is, I don't know where she went. There you are, thank you very much. We have a supervisory role so that when regular staff aren't there in the evenings, there's somebody who's there making sure that things are happening where they're supposed to be. There's adults in the room, always making sure that when we're having operating programs that involve youth, that they're properly supervised and they're where they're supposed to be. And we have different sets of bathrooms, so you can basically close off one side of the whole building, and then they can come and go actually out of the end of that building. There's separate outdoor spaces actually. Off the gymnasium, there's a barn door, and there's an outdoor space over there where you might see folks of all age gather, but that might be where you would see younger people. And then we have the patio and the roof deck that are more in that senior hub area that would be more exclusive to that. But if you know, a group of people are going for after work, you know, Zumba, that's going to be ages, you know, maybe 30 to 75, right? That are doing that activity at night. You'll see those folks using maybe the roof deck afterward, or getting some water in the lounge, you know, at night. So it would be not just 60 plus at that particular time of day, but it wouldn't be necessarily, you know, unsupervised children. There would be no unsupervised children. So we have staff already in our budget that does that kind of work. So I hope that addresses some of that. You also brought up costs, and you wanted a better sense of what the cost would be to run the building. And I think it's a great question. We want to know that too, and so we've been doing work in that regard. What I'm going to give you is a range. I'm going to give you a range for operating costs, and I'm going to give you a range for revenues. Because we believe we'll have to add 2 custodians and a maintenance. Right now, we have 4 maintenance people, and I'll let Joe speak to this if he wants to, but we have 4 maintenance people that manage 1 million square feet of building space between the schools and the town. So we're understaffed in terms of maintenance personnel anyway. These are skilled employees. So we would need to add a maintenance tech, and then we would need to add 2 custodians to our current workload. Right now, our custodial support is part-time. In the building, there's a full-time custodian that moves between town hall, the senior center, the DPW, the police station, the fire station during the day. So there's one person that does that now. And so we'll have to, with the amount of square footage and the amount of activities, that'll increase. So what we're anticipating for operating expenses is somewhere between 320 and 400,000, inclusive of everything. That's utilities, increases in services, and mostly it's driven by staffing. Actually, about 277,000 is staffing. On the revenue side, we've done that work as well. We're looking at a range of about $250,000 to $300,000 revenue opportunity to help offset those operating costs. So I hope that speaks to your question. We will continue to look at this. Again, as we go through design development, it's kind of a little bit early, but we have looked at utilities, we've been modeling what electricity will look like, and so on. So, thank you.
Mr. Gardino?
Phil Dardino, Precinct 3. Move the question.
Question, is there a second to that? Second, okay. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ending debate, please rise.
Zero.
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 Zero. Those opposed to moving the question?
Oh, sorry.
We can take it.
Can't you just
Count
say,
me.
you know,
I think we can, since there's zero, I think we can
I don't
just
think you
take
have
a
to
representative.
do you?
Just,
Everybody else.
yeah. Just, you don't need to count. Just give me a, just,
All of them.
no, you need to give me a number. Phil?
27.
All right, the vote being 27 in.
49, Mr.
Okay,
Moderator.
49.
Correction, 37.
37.
Just guess.
Oh,
42.
42, okay. All right. Vote being 0 in the affirmative, 155 in the negative. The question is not moved. Where were we? Over this side. Yes, Ms. Doctor.
Nancy Doctor, and a nod to Mr. Ross, Precinct 1, the home of the new Killam School. I wanted to thank all of the people who worked on this project. The building is beautiful. I'm not going to support it, and I'd like to give you a little reason why. Bob and Jean and Jane Burns, in January of 2019, invited a state expert to come to the select board and to talk to the community about this very specific issue, the need for our senior center. And he was introduced as a senior center expert with 44 years of expertise. And he said that multi-generational centers do not work for seniors. And the Recal survey actually supports that. I don't know if it was 70 or 80% of seniors said they don't support a multi-generational center. The response I got from one of the public forums was, but half of everybody else wanted it. Well, I have a hard time supporting this because it's not really a senior center. Other people have alluded to it. It's actually 3 projects. It's the need that to increase town space, to add more rec, and then there's the senior center. The concern I have is on Monday, we're going to be looking at the overall budget, and pretty much every department is asking for something closer to a 4% increase. Social Security, over the past 10 years, the average increase for Social Security is 2%. The math doesn't add up. We all know we're going to be needing to have an override in the very near future just to fund basic services. This project, you keep talking about the seniors, but the seniors are going to bear the burden of something that they clearly have said they're not as enthusiastic about. And I have a problem supporting that. You know, in addition, unlike Killam, our seniors do have other options. You can go to any senior center in the community. Many of our seniors do that now, not because we have inadequate, you know, centers, but they follow bingo or they follow mahjong or whatever else they follow from town to town. If you all remember, a number of years ago, the funding for the library was positioned as a community center for us. We have a community center. We also have a YMCA. We have a field house who functions actually as our emergency shelter. It has showers. You know, comments were made before about, you know, the gun range. I had one of my neighbors who is a veteran who basically said he would never go to anything near a gun range for the VA office. I think that's a legitimate complaint. You know, the other issue is I can't support this for our seniors. It's 3 projects, it's too big. When this has come up in public comments about how to reduce it, the comments was, it's this or nothing. And to me, that's very upsetting for the amount of money we have spent on this design, and there's no alternative. I want to vote for a senior center, but I'm not going to vote to increase more rec and more town. We also, not so long ago, passed money or gave money to renovate the police department in order to move public health in there. If you remember, we had this plead for more space for our health department. Well, we gave the money, and guess what? The health department never moved. So I'm not really being pulled by the need for more town space when we've given town space and it's not been used for what this body gave the money for. So I am not going to vote for this. This is going to go to the town. The town vote can decide what they want to do, but I will not support this.
Mr. Berman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 6. I'm actually supporting it because it's not just a senior center. It's just talked about as looking to service the needs of the people in the 60-plus community. And the way it's talked about is that it appears that the way we talk about it is that it's people who are 60-plus, it's monolithic. Well, the needs of people from 60 to 69 may be different than the needs of people from 70 to 79 and 80 to 89. People's needs change. 60-plus is not just one lump sum, it's different needs along the way, and this project supports people all the different ages of 60-plus or even younger. I'm 67. I have never been in the senior center other than you know, for celebrations. I'd go to this, right? Because there's lots of different things that I could use. The other thing too is that why I think that we should support this is that we as a town government need to support people and our citizens at all walks of life. I remember when I first moved to Reading, and I live on the west side, they were talking about doing a new Barrows School, right? My son was the first graduate of the renovated Barrows School in that class. And the people who voted for that and supported that are now people who are going to be living, you know, doing this. It's like it's now their turn for us to support them. So I think that I like the fact that the scope of this project, that we really thought beyond just the needs of what a quote-unquote senior center is. This is going to serve the needs of 60 plus in all different kinds of things, not just one kind of way. So I really like the design and the fact that it is multifaceted. One question that I have, and I could have asked this question during the school debate, was I just want to make certain, and Ms. Agstrom, you can maybe answer this question. Are we really borrowing money at 3%?
Ms. Angstrom?
Yeah, the town has a AAA bond rating, and
Well, that's thanks to the great finance committee and the way we run the town.
Yeah.
So.
So those are the estimates that have been given to me from the bonding agent. They could change, but that's the estimates.
So, I mean, I could make 4.5% on a money market or, you know, a laddered bond fund. So I guess, you know, in thinking, you know, when we actually borrow the money, we borrow it all at once?
No, we would probably borrow it in tranches, and so it would be spread out over a few years to see the full impact.
So we can borrow it, put it in the bank, make 4.5, and then when we spend it, we're paying 3?
Arbitrage, we can't do that.
can't-
We
we
have a
can't do
spending
that.
time.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like that's a way to kind of bring the price down on this thing. So, I mean, that's the other thing. You know, we talked about like the cost, you know, with tariffs, the cost of these projects could be going up. And obviously interest rates are not these are not fixed. You know, that market's going to be fluctuating as well. But I'm actually really surprised the fact that we can borrow money at 3%. And it makes sense to kind of, if we're going to do a project, and it seems like we have to do a major renovation of some type of a project every 6 years. And now's the time to borrow the money. So whether or not you support this, that, or the other, this is a good time to borrow money because it is cheaper than what you're paying maybe on a home loan mortgage. So for those I mean, that's not the only reason I support it, but I really just think it's time that this get done. And then I'm looking forward to a robust discussion on what we do with the Pleasant Street Center, whether we use it to support the cost of this or some other town use. So I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Now on the other side.
Ann Rand, Precinct 6. First thing I want to say is that, thank you, Mr. Moderator, that a lot of people have been talking about how much it affects their taxes. I've done looked on the town website and figured out how much I would pay, and I urge people to do that for both projects. My question is simply this. Are the pickleball courts included in the 27 million, or is it the separate issue that we need to vote for on Article 14?
Correct.
Ms. Wellman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There are no pickleball courts associated with this project. Those projects were separated last fall for a variety of reasons that I'll explain more about when we get to Article 14. Maybe tonight. Who's feeling it? I mean, I don't have enough caffeine. All right, I'd like sleep too. I'm not, you're not wrong. No, so those projects are separated. There has been a little bit, if I may expand slightly on your question, I've heard some, I'm going to do a little myth busting. I understood that some folks think that there may be pickleball courts in the building or on the site. There are not. There can be pickleball in the gym that can be set up temporarily, and there'll be lines and so forth, but it is not a dedicated space for pickleball. We envision that as a program that might be taught to young people, beginners, maybe me. I've never played pickleball. I probably could use the exercise. So there is none of the pickleball court project is a separate and distinct project.
Well, because I did receive a flyer that said that was part of pickleball courts, and that's why I asked.
That's
Thank
a great
you.
question. Thank you.
On the other side, yes.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, all. I'm thinking of pie because I'm pretty hungry, but what I want to say is if I get offered a whole pie and then someone says, okay, you share 1/3 of it with your friend or brother, I'm not going to say no to the whole pie. I'm trying to make an analogy here. I think we owe it to both spectrums or the age groups, right? We took care of our kids, and now we have to take care of the seniors, and I'm firmly behind this. This needs to get done. But more than that, I do have a question, and it's less about cost or anything. It's more my curiosity, because I haven't studied the senior population as much. The transportation slide you brought up, it was very interesting. I'm just curious that now we are moving from a centrally located downtown location to maybe a little bit out of the way, for the lack of a better term. How many seniors are there who would need that support in mobility and transportation, and what is our plan for that? If it's a very low number, then you can scratch the question, but just thinking ahead, like how do we support that transportation issue?
Ms. Wood?
Ms. Wood has been integral in having us talk to other communities and what they're doing, because this is something that other communities do. So we do have our own transportation infrastructure. We have 2 vans, we have the recreation van, and we have medical support services, as she mentioned. And then there are these Uber and Lyft programs. They can be grant funded, so there's a lot of grants that are available that we can apply for to help stand up a program. There's other interesting ideas like electric vehicles. You get big grants for that because we're a green community now. That opens us up to other things. So there's a lot. We don't have to lock ourselves down with, but we've already been researching that because Ms. Wood has been on top of it and working on that. So there's a lot there, and there are options that we can bring to the Council on Aging, to the community in general, see what people are comfortable with. So in some communities, they can use an app on their phone to order an Uber through a particular program. It's very inexpensive, or they can call it in. They don't have to have the technology, and there's all the different modalities for communication are supported. So we've been looking a lot at that. Did you want to add something, Jenna, to cover that?
I think what you were asking was do we know how many seniors would use this program?
Yeah, how do we account for it in a positive way, not cost cutting or anything? Like, we just want to make sure this is all taken care of if more seniors require that transportation support.
Right, so as I said before, most of our seniors do drive to the center, but with this being off the beaten path a little bit, I don't think it's that far from downtown, but maybe some other people would.
Okay.
But that is a concern, and what we can do is find out, we can do some surveys within the next couple months if this were to pass, and again, even if it doesn't pass, it's something that I think we should consider as a community to see if folks would use a service like this, especially if we can grant fund it, and see where the need is, see where the need is with people with disabilities, 60 plus, also with GoGo. They even consider doing younger children too, middle school age, high school age, with sign-offs from parents and things like that. So I think we can do a little bit more work to see what the need would be if we were to be at that location. So that's a great question.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Quick
Mr.
add to your
Doxa?
question. So this isn't necessarily just for getting people to and from the center. This is also about transporting seniors to other activities, which could be shopping or other kinds of things. Other communities are finding that it's working out very nicely, and Jenna has been looking at a whole series of those to see how they do it, how it works, and to find funding.
Mr. Arena.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Arena, Precinct 1. Firstly, I'm very supportive of the seniors in this town who have, like generations before, supported the town in financially and putting their kids through school, et cetera. But it's entirely possible for us to maintain the high support for seniors and still not be in favor of this particular proposal. I mean to cast no aspersions on the staff and the groups who did this proposal or the elements within it. But I do think that the proposal tonight comes as a sticker shock to many of us here. And if I listen to the audience and folks I speak with, the three elements here that are most problematic are the proposal itself, both the combination of 2 or 3 different aspects, the total cost, and the suggestion that, for example, that the over 60 members are necessarily the largest beneficiaries of them. I'm also 67, and my biggest needs in society are a 48-hour workday and a larger pot of coffee. I'm not thinking about this, and folks I interact with aren't either. We're all gainfully employed. That's one reason I think why the population of over 60 is growing. We're sticking around gainfully employed. We're not looking to retire anytime soon. I would be supportive of a downscaled version of this. And unlike the school proposal of a few minutes ago, this has no fuse on it that disappears. There's no MSBA funding that goes away. There's no particular need why this proposal and no other must be contemplated tonight and only tonight. I would support, again, a little shocked that cost was not considered as an input into the problem and not a consequence of the proposal. I mean, again, cast no aspersions, but understanding the audience and understanding what the reaction might be. For example, I would have preferred having an option of 2 or 3 on top of a base that might have given us something more useful to talk about than just simply yes or no. Again, very supportive of the mission. I don't think this is the ideal fit, and on top of an override and on top of the continual drumbeat of 2.5. Lastly, do not underestimate the impact of locating this next to Reading Rifle and Revolver, and I am a member. You're less than 250 yards from the skeet range. You're less than 400 yards from the rifle range. Some of us don't mind it, some of us do. This is somewhat like putting your house on the end of a runway. It's fine until you realize where you built it. And once you've done it, it's irrevocable. You can't change it. I would hate to have a dispute break out, and we simply can't be in the position of creating that kind of an attractive nuisance by entertaining this location ignorant of that outcome. Thank you.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Doxa.
Thank you. So a lot of thought was put into locations we've talked about, and there is not an ideal location. It was all a series of trade-offs and trying to figure it out. A couple of things were thought through very carefully, though. One was in terms of the building and the windows and insulation, things like that. There are triple pane windows. There's an understanding that there'll be noise there, and perhaps there'll be pickleball too, and you know, there'll be quite a bit of noise competing. But triple pane windows were thought about. The other was a discussion that we had in terms of listening to community members who talk about our kids who are on the fields right there now already, playing baseball. And it's shocking at first, and then the comments that we heard were, in fact, at one of the public forums, I believe, a couple of people came forward and just said, it's shocking at first, and then you get used to it and it's fine. I'm not saying it's ideal, it's not, but it is the best alternative and the best opportunity.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Still Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. And I am a senior in town, and I was thinking as I was standing up here waiting in line that as a senior I was thinking of suggesting going back to the old method when we could sit in our seats and just raise our hand and be called. I'm joking about that. I don't really mean that. I fully support this article. I think it's like a home improvement that we all, none of us want to spend the money on that home improvement that we have, but when it comes time, you have to make that improvement. And Reading is our communal home, and I think we need to make this home improvement. So I support this article. But I had another issue that I wanted to raise as we've talked about the Pleasant Street Center. And I'm glad, I also encourage maximizing the use of that and the revenue that may come from that. But I do have one concern about it. I'm glad that, I think it was Joe who mentioned, it may have been you, Mark, who mentioned, oh, actually, it might have been the town manager, who mentioned that it's on the historical inventory, and it is on the historical inventory in town. It's also obviously, therefore, on the Massachusetts historical inventory. It's an extremely significant, the Pleasant Street Center. It's an extremely significant, iconic building, and it's important to this town for a number of reasons. One, properties, structures go on the historical inventory, and they have significance because they're historically important, because they are culturally important. This structure is both. It's architecturally significant, and it's culturally significant. The architect, Horace Wadlin, is a very well-known Reading architect who has been responsible for many structures in town. I think he was the architect for 15 structures in town, including his own on the corner of Woburn and Pratt Street, my street, which is a significant property in town. He also is the architect for the Highland Street School, which we all know now is the library, and many other structures in town, so it's important for that reason. It also happens to be, as I think Joe did mention this, it actually is the first municipal building in town that the town built for town government, for the police station, for the fire station, and it housed the jail. And it's been in existence since 1883. It was the fire station for well over 100 years. So it's an important structure. And while I say that it's an important feature, while I say that I want to maximize the benefit from that property, it's on the historical inventory, but that will not protect it from possible demolition. And I think that's important.
We have a point of order? Can we stay on subject, please? You probably are straying a bit, yes.
I understand that, but we have spent a lot of time talking about the Pleasant Street Center, and I simply want to encourage the town. There are other structures in town, the Postmark, the Reading Depot, the schoolhouse condominiums. They were all municipal structures, and they all have deed restrictions. Doesn't have to be a deed restriction, but I would just like the town to consider preserving that structure. There are different ways to do it, and when it comes time to discuss that issue, we can talk more about it, but I would like the town to consider that. Thank you very much.
And on the other side, Ms. Cooper.
Yes. Could you put up this, plot plan kind of thing, a master legend that you had a slide on that so that we can get a better view of, okay, yeah. Just to follow up on some of what I've been listening to today, I'm totally convinced we need a new senior center, but I'm not convinced that's the location at all. A year ago, I went around with a friend of mine, Sally Hoyt, over whom the great room at the Pleasant Street Center is now, is named for her. She was very active. And we went around looking before the leaves came out at the 3 options. And this particular option on Simon's Way is not really on Simon's Way, it's on Range Road. And Range Road has a firing, the Reading Rifle and Revolver Club at the end. We talked at that time, even though I know that a lot of people have done a lot of work in investigating the various sites, we did go down there and we talked to Bob Ward, who's been the president for about 20 years of this rifle club. And we asked, well, how did you feel, how does the gun club feel about the possibility of having an area down here where we'll be bringing more people and then at the ice arena and everything. And he said, about what? What? So a year ago, no one had gone to the rifle club and even talked to them about this possibility. He was aware of the fact that there was talk of maybe building low-income housing down there, but I had never heard of that. But my point is that I know that there have been various surveys that have done. Some of them were SurveyMonkey. I've also worked with the gerontology department of UMass Boston, on various other issues. But I was very surprised that the way that some of these surveys are done. And when you have a SurveyMonkey involved in that kind of survey, you have to do it online. I several times went to the library when there were surveys to get copies in print so that my neighbors who are not online would be able to participate. I'm concerned that the participation of the 1,400 people that supposedly gave their input, that a lot of that may not have been the people who would be using this kind of facility, because they wouldn't have had a way to give their input. And it would be interesting to know how many of those 1,400 plus people were actually online or not online, and what age group. That's something, but I did want to point out something that I'm not a person who's a gun person, but I did take a class about 10 years ago. And these statistics, or actually this information, probably helps bring it more to what you have to do. And this is for people who actually are at firing ranges. It's really important to protect your ears, and gunshots at a range can reach levels exceeding 140 decibels. A handgun shot typically registers around 140 decibels, while shots from shotguns and rifles reach 150. For a comparison, a normal conversation is about 60 decibels, and a vacuum cleaner is around 70. So I think that unless you've been down there, you may not be aware of how loud that is, how jolting it can be. I did ask a question at one of the forums, and I was told that they would use, because of the noise, but also the startling noise. And if anyone has had PTSD, good luck, because that can be a real shock to somebody who's trying to deal with that as well. And the Veterans Office being there is a concern for me. That might be it. But I'm just, when I look at these, I'm very concerned about that location. I feel that is an area that could be a real problem for many people, and it could deter them. I've also toured several of the elder, the multi-generational programs, and like down in Situate, and there's a new one in Wilmington, and I've been in Recal, and there are a lot of them where they combine the different, like Situate is a combination of the former high school. So they're not building a gym, they have access to a gym. But I'm just very concerned with the way that this may not be what people believe it's going to be, and especially the numbers of people. We have 7,000 people 60 and over, according to what these articles.
Could you use the microphone? You're getting a little far away.
What?
There we go.
That way, yeah. Okay, I'm getting older and I'm shrinking, so I'm not so used to this. But yeah, I'm very concerned that what we think we're going to get and what we are going to get will actually deter people. Like I said, there were 7,000 people, out of which 2,000 regularly use the senior center now. How are we going to reach them? How will they even be aware of different information that's out there and to be able to use them? And transportation, in particular, I know I've spoken to some people about the program that Burlington has been implementing, because it's not just the vans. If you're going to have multi-generational programs, and nationally, that's what's really happening. If you're going to have that, you've got to bring children as well. I still feel that Oakland Road would have been the best place. And, you know, it hasn't been voted on yet. But, and I also noticed that if the RISE program, if Killam is funded, that will be bringing a lot of the people who normally drive and normally bring kids to the RISE program, that'll be less traffic. So the argument that the Council on Aging received with multiple email letters saying, we don't want more traffic up here from people in the Water Tower area, I'm not sure if that wouldn't be mitigated by, you know, by the moving of the RISE program and the preschools and all that over to Killam. And as a person who taught 30 years K through college, I understand every level that it's very important for people to, for schools to be current. And I was for doing something at Killam 20 years ago, so I understand. But anyway, I can't support this particular location. I know there's a need, and I'm aware of, you know, I was very active with healthy schools and where you build them and how you build them and ventilation and everything. So, you know, I know it's important, and we've got to do something about the senior center, but I don't think this location is where it should go.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tompkins?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. On the Permanent Building Committee, I'm going to try to answer this quickly and actually double back on a couple other things that came up quickly. We evaluated the sites. We took a very analytic approach to it, tried to analyze it, you know, as much as we could objectively, and we unanimously came up with Range Road, Simon's Way. No site is perfect. The site we chose is not perfect. There's not a lot of available land in Reading. We looked at every piece of available land beyond just the current center, Simon's Way and Oakland Road. And, you know, from an analytic, objective approach, it came out as the best site. Also, just to come back on a couple of other things Mr. Arena mentioned, the prospect of, you're 100% right, it's a great question, a great point. There's not an MSBA funding time bomb attached to this. But if the existing building is 150 years old, if there's a move, you know, a desire by the town to improve, create a new senior center, I would caution about the concept of take this, table it, cut some scope out, and come back, because it's very possible that we would do that. We lop off the gym, pull out some of those administrative offices, which by pulling them out of the town hall also frees up some space in the town hall that's overcrowded. And then we come back 3 years from now and we're staring at $25 million for 60% of the building. I've seen that happen in other communities, and I would just want to caution to that. The last thing regarding scope creep, the project came to the Permanent Building Committee as a 28,000 square foot building. I believe the number, I don't have the exact number, but it was more than 28 million and less than 30 million. We went through a schematic design process and we came out with a 28,000 square foot building at 27.9 million. So there hasn't been, in our involvement, any scope creep. Thank you.
Mr. Herrick?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Steve Herrick, Precinct 8. I'd like to loop back briefly to the response to a question that was asked earlier about the impact of the operational costs of the facility. It was, I believe it was estimated that the increase in, I assume largely due to the increased programming, and we saw charts and whatnot about a lot more activities at the center and longer hours and whatnot than the current facility. That was driving an increase in total costs of somewhere between $200,000 and $300,000. It was somewhere in that range. And then we heard that there was an offset of increase in potential revenues. Oh, thank you for bringing that. I think it's there. Of something, I don't think they were the same range, but they were an overlapping range. I don't remember the numbers. So I just wanted to poke at that just a little bit if I could. Does that revenue number have any assumption built into it about income or some sort associated with the current Pleasant Street building?
Ms. Wellman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, we've looked at the existing programming. There's not a lot of revenue opportunity in the Pleasant Street Center because it's small and hard to rent.
So does that assume then that there's, like when we're looking at the revenue side of this thing, are we assuming that there's perhaps rental income associated with the Pleasant Street building, and that's helping offset costs? I'm just trying to understand.
Oh, yeah. So
I'm understanding the revenue side of that equation.
Yeah, so if and when the Pleasant Street Center is vacated and then is available for either redevelopment or leasing or something along those lines, one option for revenue would be an income stream from the Pleasant Street Center to offset these costs.
And we using that in that calculation? Because we came up with two
At a range.
two ranges that
There
kind of
were.
overlap, that kind of maybe got us something close to neutral, but maybe not entirely.
Not entirely.
And that did assume that we have some sort of income generation out of Pleasant Street in that calculus?
Yep, that is, we estimate that the revenue stream would be about 250 to 320,000 right now. We're not pushing the envelope on rentals and stuff like that. So that's, the higher end would include that blessing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The other piece of that then is the revenue that we would be getting from this. So you mentioned things like rentals, and I see some other stuff up there. I think I've set foot inside the current senior center once, so I'm not real familiar with the programming there, but is the income stream we're talking about in this facility, are most of these services that are being offered for pay services that people are doing there, or are we really talking about renting out the facility? What's the makeup of that? Are we buying a facility now that we're going to have to pay every time we use? I'm just trying to understand how this dynamic works.
Jim. I'm going to invite Jim Sullivan up here for a minute. He's probably a little bit tired. He's our recreation director. So, that was loud. Part of the rental income that we would get from having this gym facility or the multi-purpose room would be, for example, I'm throwing out an example, men's basketball could rent the facility. We have a lack of gym space in town, and there's a revenue opportunity there. So just like the ice arena is open all kinds of hours because of all kinds of demand for ice, it's also true for basketball, believe it or not. It's also true for other sports, and so there's a revenue opportunity there. It's a fair price. We can't charge fees that are in excess of what it costs us really to bring these on as a public good, right? We're not allowed to do that. We're not a for-profit organization, but we will, we can build in some of these costs into our rental, what it costs us to bring this to the people, and then those are part of our program fees. But I'll defer to Jim to talk a little bit about what some of those opportunities might be.
Thank you.
Jim Sullivan, Recreation Administrator, my first town meeting as well. So when we run programs to make money. So all the costs are built into the programs. Typically, we do contract some programs out, so with that, there's a set fee, and then on top of that, we mark it up 20%, and we're making money on these programs that we are doing. We do run some in-house programs as well, whether it's our Sunday basketball program. Those bring in a lot more additional income opposed to those contracted programs. We do turn money back to the town every year. The more programming space we have, the more programs we can run. Right now, we spend about $40,000 a year using school facilities to run these programs. Very limited what we can do in the schools because of after-school programs, high school sports as well. So this will allow a lot more income coming into us. I think this past year, we brought in $968,000. I see that going up a lot higher if we had more programming space.
And does that, the staffing associated with those programs comes out of, that's after
It's
the
all
staffing
built
and all
in.
that is covered?
It's all built in.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
On the other side?
Maureen Hurley, Precinct 3, thank you. I feel, first of all, I want to say that I think the amount of effort that went into making all these plans are extremely commendable. I have to agree with a couple other statements here, Mr. Arena, saying that, you know, if this gets voted no tonight, I don't see it as a vote of no to our seniors. I do see it as we're saying no to this particular plan, which I don't think I can support. I'm actually getting kind of mixed messages because I've heard the term community a lot, multi-generational, and yet in the same breath I'm hearing that, oh, like this is, you know, the seniors or older people are taking priority for these spaces. So I kind of almost feel, and it's not for lack of transparency, I say this respectfully, but I almost feel like this whole like center of active living is kind of like a catchphrase, but really it's kind of like, well, some people get the priority and then maybe you squeeze in towards the end. I have to wonder if people who maybe took that survey originally when they said they wanted an active living center were thinking that it truly was an equal opportunity for all generations. And that's really not the message I'm getting here. So again, I don't feel in full support of this, but I do support our seniors. I just want to support them in a way that I think is more palatable to taxpayers and something that is perhaps not the sun, moon, and stars. As much as it looks nice, I just wonder, you know, again, we've all done house projects. We all have our list of wants, then we all have to sometimes whittle down and go with what we need and get rid of those wants, because that's what budgeting is all about, and we have that responsibility as individuals. We have that as a town here, too. Thank you.
Just wanted to, Mr. Moderator, respond to the survey-related question. The survey question specifically said that it would be an all-ages center with a designated 60-plus space. So it was a very specific question. Thank you.
Ms. Alvarado?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Vanessa Alvarado, Precinct 5. A couple questions for the staff. Can you remind me, please, how many meetings, public meetings, you held to discuss the location and scope of this project? Ballpark is fine.
Ms. Wellman?
We had more than 60 public meetings on this project.
Okay.
On the particular location,
60 is fine.
60 overall, probably about 15.
All right, that's great. So we've heard a lot about the location being the wrong place. We've heard about the scope of the project being too big. There have been 60 public meetings over the course of, what, about 2 years? Yeah. For opportunities for this body and the entire community to weigh in and influence this project. So coming before town meeting to argue against a project about the location, which is something that was vetted 2 years ago, to me feels disingenuous. I'll be honest and say, I walked into town meeting apprehensive about this project. It's almost $30 million. Thanks to the calculator on the town website, so thanks to the staff for putting that together. That's about $20 a month for my household. This is a building that is going to last for decades. Hopefully it will still be active and in use when I am retired many years from now. It's a small price that we are paying for a tremendous public service. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the volunteers. It is very late. I will stop talking. Thank you.
We'll be calling on people who have not yet spoken first. Ms. Snowdoxer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and a huge thank you to all of the people, all of the committee, all of the volunteers that have worked on this beyond the 2 years. I've seen it in my home, but I've seen it also across the town. And I've also talked to people who are very invested in this happening. I am very much in favor of this. I am of age, both because I'm 66 and because I would be going to this anyways. I love the idea of the intergenerational programs and having the space for it. I have been lucky enough to go to the Thanksgiving dinners that have to be outsourced because there isn't enough room, and talk to people about how they have been waiting listed on many of the activities and everybody has to rush. To the comment that was made before that there are many different venues for seniors to go to, well, I have discovered a wonderful group of people at the Y going to aqua aerobics. That's not going to happen at this senior center. I was a little disappointed about that. But when I go to that, there are waiting lists for that. There are waiting lists for yoga. There are waiting lists for everything. So the need obviously is here. I see people running out in the middle of classes to go get off the way to sign up when they need to in order to get ahead of a waiting list. So we can't have enough opportunities, I think, for my generation and older. The bottom line, as I see it, is right now, the Pleasant Street Center is inadequate. It's only a matter of time when it's even more inadequate. I can't imagine going into a place and smelling the mold and seeing the water and thinking, this is my safe place to go play and spend my time. It just doesn't make sense to prolong that. So in terms of what has to happen sooner than later, I think there is a time clock on this project. I visited the site. I went and I walked around, and it is actually a beautiful site. I did hear the firing, and I'd love to hear from the Veterans officer as to what his impression is about the gunfire. We live on Beaver Road, and we hear the gunfire all the time. I work at Killam. We hear the gunfire all the time. After a while, as someone said, it falls into the background. At the ice skating rink, when I was there today, I noticed the sound of the ice maker's generator from there. I'm thrilled that they planned the three-paned windows and are thoughtful enough to plan that into the design in order to cut down on the noise. And I do actually have a question. So my question is, there's a lot of talk about pickleball. I hate for it to be competing projects for multi-age people, but it's cited as a great opportunity for seniors, and I'm wondering about planning them together. So funding opportunities, I think, I don't know if the pickleballs will be a private organization and handled privately. No, I'm saying no. So if it is turned over to the town and the town's going to be working with it anyways, in my experience with projects, it's less expensive to do it all at once than to do it piecemeal. So when I'm thinking about the pickleball courts, I'm thinking about, well, maybe we could do that at the same time as the senior center. And then when we're clearing trees and digging up ground and making a parking lot, then that can happen and I defer to the building committee, but maybe that would actually save us money to do it all at once. I hear that we were told no, but I don't understand how it can be no, and especially who's going to want to be using pickleball courts while the construction's going on with all the dust. So that's my question, but thank you all. And
Really quickly, just to clear that clear that up. Our pickleball community, I'm sure, would play pickleball any opportunity they can, no matter what. But no, if the pickleball project were run by a general contractor, there would be a markup. And you would see a little bit of a markup. We don't need to pay that markup on this project. We can use Activitas, which is the landscape and civil engineering firm that's designing that project, and they can run the construction management for that project. That project, if both were to pass, that project would probably go forward sooner anyway, because it wouldn't need that as much time for the design for the Recal project. So it is separate, it is distinct, it has a different funding mechanism, it is not a debt exclusion. I don't want to give that project any more time for this project, but I do want to just clear that up, that we would pay more money if we did it together anyway. So I know that seems like a cognitive dissonance, but it is true. So there it is. Thank you very much.
All right, over this side.
Actually, I see our
thank you.
VA
And,
officer
yeah.
stood up. I'd like to hear from him anyway. I was going to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And to answer your question about veterans and PTSD, yes, there are many of us that have that, and yes, we can be around gunfire. It is when it is a sudden, unexpected, loud noise that usually startles us. But knowing that there is a gun range in the area, we are expecting that, and we can deal with that. Most of the veterans that have PTSD have learned tools to go to events. There are some people that avoid events, but we force ourselves to go to these events because that is part of life. Yes, I thank you for your concern for my veterans that suffer, but we are able to work through it and get through it. So the location of the Recal Center in proximity to a gun range is not an issue for my veterans or myself. Thank you.
You want to get in line to do that? Yes, right here. I actually called on you earlier.
Ryan Johnstone, Precinct 7. First off, thank you for that. I was going to ask for your opinion also, so I appreciate that. But in addition to the VA, I'm wondering, has the Council of Aging given an opinion about the location at Simmons Way?
Ms. Wellman?
The Council on Aging voted unanimously for this location. It was one of the bodies that, in addition to the Select Board, the Permanent Building Committee, Pat, all of the boards that voted on it voted unanimously for it, unanimously for it, including the Council on Aging.
Yes. We took part in evaluating the different sites, and it was unanimous. It was Range Road that was the selection. It was the best site, and Will, offered some advice, I believe, and we were all good with it.
And then just the one concern I have is, as we just approved an $86 million project for Killam, is pricing out the very veterans we're hoping, the very seniors we're hoping to help with this. Is there anything to make sure that the taxes on our fixed income seniors are not going to go up so much that they get priced out of town if we approve these types of measures?
That's a great question, and I thank you for asking that question. I worry about that as well. My mother's in her 80s. She actually just turned 80 last week. So, yeah, we have a number of tax deferral programs. We have property tax work-off programs. That's great if you're active. If you're not active, that's maybe not a great program. We have a number of programs and abatements that are available on the assessor's page of our website. There are specific dates by which people can apply for those abatements. They are adjusted for inflation, so that as you know, Social Security rises, those thresholds also, you know, you don't lose out. So we do have programs that we're continuing to look at how we can amend those programs. We have a meeting coming up in a few weeks, actually, internally, to continue to work on that. So it's an important question, and we don't want to price out folks in our community.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on Mr. Cool. We'll come back to you when we've gone through everybody who hasn't spoken yet. So, Mr. Cool?
Do you intend to hold me to the end of the line?
Yes, until after other people who have spoken. You've already spoken on this issue.
I
That's the
believe
rule.
others had as well.
Nope.
Mr. Cool?
Can we bring up the picture of the artist's rendering of the building? I've got to say, I love the picture of the animals much better than this. This is very uninspiring. It looks like a mill building up in Lowell, or a prison building, or an industrial building, or worse. As I said, it's very uninspiring. Some people have made some very good, wonderful comments tonight, and inspiring comments, which are more inspiring than the building. So, is it correct that you cannot call the question if you've already spoken?
Correct. If you've already said something about this issue, you can't then move the question.
Okay, then I'd like to ask that if there's anybody left who hasn't spoken tonight, that they call the question. Thank you.
Okay. Mix Gregory?
Taylor Gregory, Precinct 2. I move the question.
All right, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ending debate, please rise.
So much more I wanted to say, but you're not going to change anything. That's fine. You're already at
24.
4.
36.
36.
32.
32.
41.
41. And those opposed to ending debate?
Three.
3.
1.
1.
1.
1.
2.
2. The vote being 133 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The question has been moved. We will move to a vote on the motion under Article 3. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please rise. We have a vote? Whoops. Oh, we are voting on the main motion. We've already voted to end debate. We are now voting on the main motion.
$16.
16.
14.
14.
35.
35.
36.
36. And those opposed?
Six.
6.
11.
11.
2.
2. And one more.
24.
24. The vote being 101 in the affirmative, 43 in the negative, the motion carries. Before you leave, Ms. Murphy moves that we adjourn the special town meeting sine die, All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, this special town meeting is adjourned sine die. I now open the annual town meeting again.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chair, Mr. Moderator.
We have a motion to adjourn, okay? Is there a second? Second? Okay, all those in favor of adjourning the annual meeting until Monday, May 5th at 7:30, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion carries. This town meeting stands adjourned.